want to call also the room to order. We'll do the acknowledgements again. Just want to call the room to order. For the delegates who are out there, we want to call the room to order. As we get ready to start. And we're glad and honored to have you here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, even as we get ready to start, I am confident that you've been able to clear with the registrations, you have your lanyards, you have access to the Wi-Fi, and also you've been able to have just a brief conversation with our partners, of which we shall do as we proceed.
Boss, uko sawa?
Niko sawa, ni vile niko na calls mingi. It's a busy day, you know.
Kazi lazima ichape.
By the way, nice background.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate our executive team and keynote speaker with a warm round of applause.
50 million Kenyans, one network. Safaricom, popote ulipo.
Beyond the gleaming skyscrapers, humming factories, kwa hizi mitasi ufanya biz na tech, zote ni backdrop tu. The real power drive in Kenya ni sisi, the dreamers. Sini wala wasiojituma, the doers, the innovators. Si ndio tunajenga future. Si utafuta unga daily, tujijenge na tujenge jamii. Our businesses zina sow seeds for generations to come. Bidii yetu ndio maendeleo yetu, na tumegrow hizi hustle from simple ones to solid ones. Tukitaka kugrow zaidi, we choose partners with solutions that get us there. Solutions that power progress, step by step. Your dreams zetu come true. You could also power your progress. Join Safaricom Business today. Power your progress at business.safaricom.co.ke.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. My name is Ian Mairore, and I'm going to be your host for today. It is actually a pleasure to have captains of industry in the room, our partners, clients and innovators, and also our cybersecurity enthusiasts. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually excited that we're going to be exploring and also redefining cybersecurity for the enterprises of every day. What this particular summit does, ladies and gentlemen, our theme is making sure that we can be able to power the process, secure the growth, and our theme for this particular conference is making sure that we can secure the digital transformation by powering the process and securing the growth. One of the things that we want to highlight is that this event also ties into Safaricom's 25th anniversary celebrations, White Cane Month, Customer Service Week, which is also a powerful reminder that we need to connect, protect this particular nation. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad and honored to have you here. Yet again, allow me to acknowledge the very presence of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Information, Communication and Digital Economy, Engineer Tanui, CBS, and also our Chief Corporate Security Officer, Nicholas Mulila. Please, let's appreciate them once again with a warm round of applause. This particular summit, ladies and gentlemen, has been made possible by our partners. We have Fortinet, who are also our partners for this particular event, NetScout, Huawei, KnowBe4, and also Safaricom Business. I know they have their booths out there. We'll be able to engage with them, but also please let's appreciate them for their patronage and also for their warm support. We need to also just make sure that we can be able to give you a bit of housekeeping. To be familiar with this particular room, we have the exits that are on both sides, on my left and on my right. That is where we have the exits. So we want to make sure that we are all safe here. The lavatory, the washrooms are also on my left and also on my right. I want to encourage our delegates, please, if you can be able to make sure that you keep your phones on silent. And even as we proceed, I want to bring your attention to our hashtag. So what I want us to do, ladies and gentlemen, if you can be able to take out your phone with you, all right? And then I want you to just take a photo of the room, a selfie of the room, all right? Let's take a selfie. We want to see if we can be able to push over 300 tweets at the same time. Our hashtag is Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit 2025. That is the hashtag that we're pushing. Yes, I see we're doing well. Let's push as many hashtags as possible. Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit 2025. Very nice. Our Wi-Fi access, it is the Wi-Fi is Safaricom at 25, and the password is Popote Ulipo. Popote Ulipo. You can see we're still taking the selfies. As we do that, our hashtag is Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit 2025. One of the things that we need to bring to your attention, ladies and gentlemen, is that here at Safaricom, we strongly, very strongly believe that safety is our responsibility. So with the help of Safaricom team, we want to recite our rallying call. We have a rallying call here in Safaricom, and the rallying call is zero harm, getting it done together. No one gets hurt, I do the right thing. Let me see if we can be able to say this together. In 3, 2, 1, zero harm, getting it done together. No one gets hurt, I do the right thing. Right, fantastic. Let's see if we can be able to have a little bit more buzz and do it together once again. In 3, 2, 1, zero harm, getting it done together. No one gets hurt, I do the right thing. And ladies and gentlemen, at this particular point in time, I want to kindly request that we all be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and also the East Africa Anthem. Thank you. Thank you, delegates. We may have our seats. As we get ready to start the program, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to see how witty we are when it comes to data privacy, how trigger hungry we might be with our phones, and also how sharp and speedy we are. In line of that, we want to have a data privacy game very briefly, and we want to encourage all of us, take out your phone once again, take out your phone once again. There's a QR code on the screen. You can be able to scan it, the QR code on the screen, you can be able to scan it. For those who can't be able to reach the QR code, you can be able to go to www.menti.com, and the entry code is 78894186. For those who know Kahoot, this is a Kahoot that we're doing, but we're using Menti. You can be able to access with an AKA name, all right? Something cool, something fancy, something nice. You can be able to access it. And then we're going to display the questions on the screen. I can already see we're already 168 in, 176 people in, who've already joined, 194. Let's see if we can be able to push up that number. Push up that number. $224. We are good? All right, fantastic. So let's look at the questions. And it is your speed that determines how well you perform, all right? So we can see already all these players are in there. And you've already selected your avatar. All right, so answer the questions as fast as possible, as fast as possible. What kind of data is considered personal information? Let's see, we have your playlist, private social media accounts, your surname, your ID, phone number, and bank details. Already 200 people have given their answers. Let's see which one is accurate. All the people, no results yet. All right, fantastic. So we have agent at the very top, agent at the very top, doing very, very well. Nice, agent X9, then we have Sinks and Jeff. All right. All right, fantastic. So let's proceed in there. Let's see the next questions that are going to come in. It is determined by your speed and accuracy and how fast you can be able to do it. So what is the punishment for stealing or misusing someone's data in Kenya? A warning from the chief up to Kenya, shillings 20 million or 25 years in a prison, community service, no punishment. See how fast you can be able to do that. We already have 245 people in. All right, and the accurate one is, we have 240 people giving that second answer. Agent X9 coming really, really hard. Okay, fantastic. Jeff is up, Babs is there. Let's see the next question. Answer it as fast as possible. Agent X9 is actually at the very, very top. Which group is allowed to access your personal data by law? All right, all employees at phone shops, hackers, authorized law enforcement entities with legal backing, your landlord. Which group is allowed to access your personal data? How fast are you able to do that? All right, 241 authorized law enforcement. Let's see who is at the very top. We need to find out who Agent X is. Babs taking second place and also one term. All right, fantastic. And Ronald, okay. All right. I believe the one term means once upon a time. So let's go to the next question. Can your mobile network provider know your exact real-time location? With the options in there. Already 38 answers in. With the many options that are there, let us see who is able to get the correct answer. Babs coming at the very top. Very well done. Babs coming at the very top. Okay. Ali is second. You're doing great. Okay. Then the fifth question. Take it as fast as possible. What kind of data can mobile network providers see when you use your phone number? All right, only your photos, call logs, your full internet history, passwords, nothing yet. All right, nothing. They're just signal providers. Which one is the correct answer? As you do it as fast as possible, call logs, SMS, metadata, and internet usage patterns. 196 got it correct. But let's see who took up the very, very first place. Right, Babs taking it up again, followed by Ali, Tep, Ronald. Okay, we are doing great. So get ready to go to the next question. Who can access your phone number when you sign up for an online service using it? All right, no one, the service provider, only the telco, just the government. Let's see what the answers are going to be looking like. All right, the service provider can store it and possibly share or sell it. Right, 168 actually came up for that. Taking the top prize, this should be Alif, followed by Tep, then Ronald. Oh, it's actually flipped. Tony is on top. Seventh question. Your mobile network provider asks for ID when registering your SIM card. Why? Why would they ask for that? See the responses coming in there to track for legal reasons, to make you feel important, or so that they can be able to advise better. All right, for legal reasons, 239 people gave that particular answer. The one who tops it, Tony, Ronald, Tep. Right, fantastic. Make sure that you can be able to do it as fast as possible. You're in a shopping mall and get a location-based ad. How did they know where you are? How do they know where you are? All right, your phone's location, the mall guest, you looked rich, and the camera was on. Let's see the responses that come in from that. Your phone's location services were on. 242 people coming in on that particular correct answer. All right, and in the ninth question, we have already 249 players who are ready. All right, why should you not autofill personal info on unknown websites? Why? Right, it could be copied by criminals, it's time consuming, it's going to waste bundles, it uses battery power. Already 244 answers in, and let's see, it could be copied by criminals, and 241 people have been able to get it correctly. Jonathan, Tony, Tep, taking it up. All right, fantastic. The final question now, the final question. Final question. Which right is protected under Kenya's Data Protection Act? $245 people have already come in, and 233 getting it, the right to access and correct your personal data. So for the leaderboard, we have Jonathan taking it the top, followed by Tep, then Tony. All right, fantastic. So Jonathan is actually the winner for this. Congratulations. Let's appreciate Jonathan. We would like to know, just to have visibility, who and where is Jonathan? If you'd be able just to rise and wave. Is Jonathan here? I know we'll do a good recognition later on, but you're the one in the blue hoodie? All right, fantastic. Let's appreciate him one more time, Jonathan. Thank you very much for that, and we totally, you are definitely the one who is the quickest, but doing a fantastic job on that. All right, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And even as we proceed, I would like to appreciate and acknowledge our online viewers. Thank you for having us. We are glad and honored to have you. Please, even as we continue this particular summit, make sure that you can be able to comment, give us your thoughts on the comment section. We want to make sure that we collaborate and also just move together in this particular event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now want to come to the opening remarks and also the official opening. And to open this particular event, ladies and gentlemen, and also to set the stone, is a strategist who doesn't just build walls in this digital era, but he's able to architect the entire ecosystem. This is a leader who believes that security is never an afterthought, but the very foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates on the floor, please, if you'd be so kind as to welcome on stage the Chief Corporate Security Officer at Safaricom PLC, Mr. Nicholas Mulila, as he comes forward to officially welcome us and open this particular summit. Welcome, Nicholas. We are glad and honored to have you here. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest today and our keynote speaker, our peers, Engineer Tanui, CBS, my colleagues at Texco in Safaricom, other colleagues, our partners, friends who are here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. Thank you so much. And I just want to start by apologizing because we had to move this event to today. You'd remember the last time when we were going to have it, we had a misfortune as a country, and therefore we could not hold it on the day that we had planned. And I'm sure we all empathized and understood the situation. So thank you very much for planning to come again. And the other reason I was also apologizing is because I know we had called friends and partners who had flown all the way from out of the country to be with us. I do hope that you have come for a second time. And I want to say what a wonderful morning. Last year, we had a similar session on the other side of town. Today, we are here. And I think 2 years ago, we were still here having this particular discussion. And therefore, I just want to warmly welcome all of us to today's summit. This year is an important one, quite important. We are talking about powering progress. We are talking about securing growth. And we say this because this particular sphere has grown, and it's grown in leaps and bounds over the last 12 months or so. And if we look at our digital transformation, not just within our country, but just across the globe, we are seeing a huge acceleration. And this comes with a number of opportunities. First of all, opportunities for economic growth, but also at the same time, challenges that we encounter every other day. I know we have people who have made a whole industry, in terms of just basically doing the wrong things. And that is why we are here. If I look at the statistics that we received the other day from the Communications Authority of Kenya in the Sector 4 report, we are seeing about 4.6 billion cyber threats just over the last, and looking at last year is a whole over 80% growth. And that's a phenomenal, basically, growth in number of threats. And I don't want to say also how many we also see even internally in our own ecosystems. Millions and millions every single day. But I want to say that even if they came in their billions, we shall still be able to deal with them. However, these things, they just do happen because of a few things. Just basic cyber hygiene. One, we are all sitting here, first of all, as cybersecurity professionals, as business people, and many times we also make, very simple mistakes. Simple errors, like just very weak passwords. We do have, and I want to give an example of even our own M-Pesa, where we have customers actually having their year of birth as their passwords. And that is mistake number one. Simple things like when we should just apply patches, security patches to our systems, to just make sure that our systems are secure. And therefore, we just delay such a simple activity. Other areas where we just feel that as an organization, for example, we are strong enough, and therefore we don't need to collaborate with others. Just forgetting that, cyber, is worldwide, cyber is everywhere, and therefore always a need to make sure that we collaborate. It is an ecosystem where we must work together to make sure that we continue to build proper security systems. We continue to ensure that in whatever we do, we are secured. An area where we want to innovate every single minute, and that's a big issue that that we see across. We want to keep on innovating. We want to come with new products and services, but we never ever think of security when we are innovating. And therefore, I continue to call upon all of us here. In whatever we do, let's also always ensure that we have kind of secure by design in all that we do. Let us continue to innovate as fast as possible. But as we do that, let's also bear in mind that there's someone else who is also working to deconstruct basically what you have done. And if we look at our country today, I think Kenya is amongst the fastest cyber security growing market, even across the world. And we see it, and we do expect, quite a huge annual growth as we go on, no less than 10% every year. And this also reflects the growth of ICT. And I'm happy we have CS here, who is PS, who is quite experienced in some of these matters, and who has also been at the forefront, number one, in ensuring that the country continues to grow digitally, but also in a secure, basically in a secure manner. And cybersec then continues to be a strong pillar in our economic growth, in as far as the country is concerned. And as an organization, Safaricom, we consider ourselves as more than a network. We are custodians of a digital ecosystem. And I want to say I'm very happy. I was looking at some of the results that, from the Kahoot that we are doing here, looking at the responses that we are giving. And I would say in this particular room, we are like about 70% in terms of our knowledge and our appreciation of privacy and how we can continue to, basically to protect ourselves. And you can imagine, if we are at about 70%, what do you think? What do you think? Where do we think that others would be? So a lot of work that we must do, as one team here, to continue, first of all, to educate our customers on how they can continue to protect themselves and how they can continue to basically protect data. And those are some of the things that we have continued to do in Safaricom as an organization. We have continued to invest a lot. And what I like most, even before I talk about, I appreciate our partners here, what I like most is the awareness and education that we have continued to offer to our customers. And secondly, the work that we want to continue to do with you, our partners. I'll give an example of a program that we began about 4 years ago with the financial sector players. And one time we said there's a lot of cybercrime and customers are losing their money. And we started a program of co-creating controls together, of continuing to educate our customers. So each of the institutions continue to, to educate their customers. And I'm sure because most of you are customers of banking institutions and so financial institutions and banks, I'm sure you'll be receiving those SMSs. Don't share your password. Don't do this. Don't, that kind of thing. That is the result of the work that we have continued to do, to do with them. And out of that, I'm proud to say that looking at 4 years ago, the numbers and levels of fraud in terms of numbers and also in terms of the values has gone down by as much as 90% because we've worked together, because our ecosystem is the same, because we integrate we have integrated with them. And it's something that I want to urge all of us to continue working together. This war can only be won if we continue to work together. That's the second thing that I want to say. The third one, we've also invested in a managed security operations center. That is 24-hour. And I know my colleague Frank will be talking to you guys later, but I want to say that we are ready to be able to monitor your systems and continue to work together to make this ecosystem as strong as possible. And therefore, I want to continue to to urge all of us to realize that cybersec is a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility, and all of us must continue to work together. I talked about cybersec being a strong pillar of our economic growth. And nowadays, we are no longer talking about, we want to prevent every other incident, we want to prevent every other attempt, we want to prevent every other breach. We are talking about resilience, cyber resilience. Cyber resilience. I know even last year, and I talked about it, and I'll say it again today, that when it comes to cyber, today as you sit here, there are many people who are trying to get onto your systems. There are many people who are trying to get data from you. There are many people who are trying all manner of things. But we must continue to ensure that we are protected. And then secondly, I also said that being cyber attacked is not an if, it's about a when. And therefore, because we know at one point probably it could happen, is then how you make sure that two things happen. Number one, how do you make sure that we completely reduce the impact of any successful attack? How do we make sure that we completely reduce the impact? And therefore, for example, if it was a denial of service, how do I make sure that not all my customers have been impacted? I have reduced the impact. And then secondly, how do I make sure that I recover almost immediately? So about two things. Very, very, very critical. And I'm also happy that, because we have been taking this matter seriously, we have been working together, we've also been working together, very closely together with regulators. I'm very sure that we'll be able, basically as businesses and an ecosystem to be able to address some of these challenges. I know, and my colleagues who are professionals in cyber, and they've always talked about, zero trust, those kind of things. And I want to say that zero trust is no longer an option. It's part of the baseline. It's the start. That's where we begin. We don't trust anyone when we are dealing with our systems. And I think if there's anything to take out of this, we should say that we don't trust anyone, so that we are able to continue to protect our ecosystems. And this is because whenever then we actually as a team protect our digital infrastructure, whenever we protect our digital ecosystem, we also have a very, very stable nation. And we can continue, to basically grow. And I would say the potential of cyber is limitless. First of all, in terms of what it enables us to do, whether it's innovations around the efficiency, whether it's innovations about new products and services, I am sure that the potential is limitless. But as much as the potential is limitless, also there lies the challenge that we are trying to address today, making sure that the systems on which we operate are always secure. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome all of us to this event. Please feel free, feel at home, and I look forward to a great, great day. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Asante sana. So then, it's now my honor and pleasure to welcome PS, Engineer Tanui CBS, to come and speak to us. Engineer, please. Karibu. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to address us. Engineer, please, karibu.
Thank you very much, my friend Nick Morila. the senior executives from Safaricom, my friend Nick Murila, Esther Waititu, Frank, and the entire leadership of Safaricom present here, the industry partners, you can see Huawei, Fortinet, and the other colleagues who are here, professionals in the cybersecurity sector, and leaders of various agencies and colleagues from government. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to join you this morning for the Safaricom Annual Cybersecurity Summit, focusing on powering progress and securing growth. It's always great to join the Safaricom family because I consider myself to have been prepared in my journey through the platform of Safaricom. I spent many of my youthful years in Safaricom network, equipment centers, from care center, MSR, Queen of Apostles, all your spaces, and it made me who I am today. So I honor the team and the colleagues we work together. I am truly honored and delighted to speak before this distinguished audience at this year's Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. I extend my sincere gratitude to Safaricom for the kind invitation and for convening this very critical discussion under the highly important theme, powering progress, securing growth, which perfectly captures the double mandate of our current digital era. This is made to aggressively pursue technological advancement while at the same time establishing secure defenses that will ensure this progress is sustained, trustworthy, and benefits our citizens and customers. Kenya's digital economy is not just an aspiration, but the engine of our future, driving innovation in finance, agriculture, healthcare, and even in our governance. Safaricom has been a very dependable partner in building the foundation of infrastructure for this transformation. As we connect more people, integrate more services, and automate more processes, the surface area for cyber threats expands exponentially, making cybersecurity not merely an IT issue, but a core matter of national security and economic resilience. Kenya's digital progress is fundamentally dependent on our digital trust. Without the assurance that their data is safe, their transactions are secure, and their privacy is respected, users will hesitate to adopt new technologies, which will lead to stifling growth and the power that we seek for our people. This summit serves as a crucial platform to address this challenge head-on. The malicious actors are sophisticated, collaborative, relentless, requiring us to be even more agile, innovative, and united in our defense, as Nick had earlier articulated. Our strategy must shift from a reactive posture focus on damage control after a breach, as we had probably in 2023 when we had a massive DDoS attack in the country, to a more proactive security by design approach. This means embedding security considerations into the initial development of every new product, service, and policy, ensuring the protection of our critical national infrastructure and the integrity of our data that fuels our economy. We must foster a culture where every employee, from the boardroom to the front line, understands and owns their role in the collective defense of our economy. In the ongoing global digital arms race, the adoption of cutting-edge technologies is not just for offense, it is a critical aspect for our defense. There is need to actively explore and integrate innovations like AI and machine learning to enhance threat detection, automate vulnerability assessments, and predict emerging attack vectors. The sheer volume of data generated daily makes manual security analysis almost impossible. AI offers the ability to identify anomalies and respond in real time, thereby drastically reducing the huge time of threats within our networks. Furthermore, the government is exploring how technologies like blockchain, digital ID, and others can secure supply chains and critical public records, offering immutable proof of transactions and identity. However, the promise of these technologies comes with a responsibility to secure them. We must develop ethical guidelines and robust governance frameworks to ensure that AI-driven defense mechanisms are deployed responsibly and transparently, protecting citizens' rights while at the same time powerfully safeguarding our networks. The ultimate measure of our success is the protection of the individual citizens and our consumers. For progress to be meaningful, it must be inclusive, and that means ensuring even the most vulnerable users are shielded from the digital harm. This requires a massive, sustained effort in digital literacy, public awareness. We must treat every smartphone user and every online banking transaction as a first-line defender, arming them with the knowledge to identify phishing attempts, manage strong authentication protocols, and understand the value of their personal data. Government and private sector organizations must work together to create accessible, user-friendly security tools and clear educational campaigns. And this is quite important because we have a huge population as a country who are already on the digital space. We have also a large number of our citizens spending quite significant time online. We are ranked top globally on average time spent on social media, with almost average hours of 4 hours, 13 minutes. It's an advantage and it's also a risk. Advantage in that we can enhance awareness by easily reaching out to the public through the digital infrastructure we have. We can also carry out educational programs and be able to reach a large majority of our people through the digital infrastructure. And we are happy to have many partners who have online programs to enhance awareness and increase education in cybersecurity. We are proud also as government with the establishment of the Open University of Kenya. We are seeing also another platform that will help us enhance awareness and improve education in critical areas, including cybersecurity. The security of the consumer is the security of the market and therefore the security of our entire economy. Digital economy is growing quite fast, 2.5 times faster than the physical economy, based on the World Bank data they've looked at the last 15 years. And for nations that needs to grow, we must see how we can grow our economy using digital economy. And this requires us to enhance connectivity as a country, and we are very happy to see the work which our private sector is doing to enhance our connectivity as a country to the global using the submarine cables. We are one of the most well-connected parts of the African continent. Our east coast through Mombasa now have over 8 submarine cables landing in our town of Mombasa with the support of our industry, including Safaricom. Even the latest cable has the support of Safaricom. We've seen private sector investment from the Kenyan telcos, multinationals, enhancing connectivity, even through terrestrial connectivity. We saw the link from Mombasa through Nairobi all the way to South Africa to enhance connectivity. This will help us grow the digital economy. We've seen the investments by our mobile network operators, including Safaricom, to enhance connectivity to rural areas, to many parts of our country. Most of our cities are well connected. When you are in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Eldoret, it's as good as being in any top capital of the world. We are well connected courtesy of the good work of our industry players, including Safaricom. We have also seen adoption of emerging solutions, adoption of fintech, mobile money, M-Pesa, which we are very proud of, and many other emerging solutions that our country is able to uptake. We have attracted global players, business process outsourcing. Now we have world's #1 teleperformance based here in Nairobi, in addition to the others. This week we were in Eldoret from Monday to yesterday for the Kenya Software and AI Summit. And we had players from all over the world, including PCS, a company also keen in business process outsourcing. So we are showing the potential of the digital economy. We've seen the transactions in the financial sector. Many PSPs and many transformation is taking place with the support of our central bank and working with many players, and we are seeing that sector growing. This growth cannot be secured unless we address one of the biggest challenges, that is cybersecurity, and I believe that's the reason why we are here today, is to say digital economy is very important for our country. It will enable Kenya to accelerate its economic growth. It's the easiest way for us to grow into our to grow our GDP as a country. But there is a huge risk in that space that we must secure it. We are very familiar with the security we have done in the physical space. Most of our physical spaces are secured. We have police stations spread across the country. We have control access to most borders of entry points of our country through the physical arrangement we have with our security agencies. And now that the digital economy is growing and is the potential space for our country to grow, we must equally pay huge and even more attention, because there's many invisible actors in that space. And that's why the government is working with industry players to see what more can we do to secure that space, whether there is need for legislative, regulations, policies, so that we secure our growth, so that we can secure our growth as a country and make digital economy a potential area for growth in our country. We are happy with the progress we have made. We've started seeing huge impact. I was with the PS of trade and was showing me some of the data of exports, that service exports of our country is probably almost exceeding the exports of goods. And more importantly, digital service exports as a country is approaching $1 billion annually. This is a very good indication of the potential of this sector. But this must be secured, and all the process that requires it to be secured, we must work as professionals. We thank our technology companies who are working with private sector enterprises to ensure that as they digitize and move their services into the digital space, they can secure them. Because we've seen some of the data in terms of the impact of laws attributed to cybersecurity or online crime is huge. And we want to make sure we do not have to reverse any of the progress we've made towards moving to a digital ecosystem, and that's why we are here together. When we had a challenge of DDoS attack, we came together as a country, 2023, and I was very happy to see the participation of Safaricom, our several agencies in government, parastatals, the professionals in cybersecurity coming together. We had several meetings and we started working together, and I can say from then, we felt more secure as a country. We felt a more coordinated approach addressing our issues. We've seen more awareness programs. We've seen such important summits that is convening the key actors so that we can address the challenging issues in this space. And the number of issues that continue to occur are from simple issues to more complex. We've seen issues of ransomware. We've seen also AI-driven social engineering, people using AI to craft convincing messages that can cause misinformation, disinformation. We've also seen even advanced persistent threats. And it a call to all of us, the professionals here, to make our contribution and work together. And as Nick mentioned, how do we make sure the designs are secure, the implementation are secure, and as we come up with solutions, we put security at the core of it. How to ensure also we work with the public so that we don't leave the public behind. We could enact laws, we could regulate, but if we are not working together with the public, there will be some mismatch. And it's important as industry, we jointly communicate the importance of the efforts that we are working at the public sector and the private sector to secure this space. So I invite many of these professionals to speak out about this space, the potential of creation of jobs, the potential of growing our digital economy as a country and growing our GDP and being a leader in the region. These potentials are real, but also at the same time, highlight the risks that are there and the reasons some actions need to be taken to ensure that our space is secure. The government is taking decisive action to address the need for a standardized resilience defense. We recently finalized and approved the computer misuse and cybercrime regulations in 2024. This is aimed at helping securing our country and enable us to achieve a massive leap forward. The ministry, through the National KESAT, provides crucial support, including 24/7 early warnings and technical advisories, issuing over 19 million advisories in the last quarter alone, along with cybersecurity awareness and capacity building programs. We are actively partnering with industry, including through initiatives like the cloud computing security training to rapidly upskill our workforce. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act of 2025 is also a crucial modern legal upgrade in our country that will significantly strengthen our national security and enhance our ability to combat rising digital fraud and cybercrime and protect our citizens. We are committed to ensure that this law targets cyber criminals and does not impede legitimate public discourse. It's important that we create more trust in the cyberspace. We want to see Kenya to lead in e-commerce. The only way we can grow our e-commerce is to create more trust in that cyberspace so that you can be sure when you are ordering a service or a product online, you are very sure you are ordering from the person you are transacting with. And also to be sure that that good and service will actually safely reach you in the form and the manner you expected. And so it's important that we improve the trust in this space so that there is more adoption in the space so that we can be able to unlock the huge opportunities in the cyber space. As government, we are very happy with what the Office of Data Protection Office has done. It has made our country more attractive in terms of investment. And we want to continue to work with the industry to see that that office continue to serve our country and to be the foundation for growing our digital economy. At the same time, we are looking what more do we need to do on the cybersecurity side. We are in consideration of establishing a dedicated agency for cybersecurity as a country. We've looked at the models of other countries and how they have established dedicated agency that its mandate is to grow the sector, because there's also opportunities of this sector creating jobs. If you check online today and say, what are the job opportunities available in cybersecurity as a career, you'll find there are about 3.5 million jobs today open in cybersecurity. We as a country, that's an opportunity we'd want to grow our young people in that sector so that we have young people pursuing careers in cybersecurity. And they can serve our enterprises here, they can work remotely and support the global enterprises. They can also travel globally as mobile professionals to be able to support the global need for cybersecurity defense across the world. At the same time, this is an opportunity also to see local enterprises with cybersecurity solutions. So it's an emerging sector that has huge opportunity for creating jobs, professionals, growing new enterprises in cybersecurity, and also area for collaboration for tech companies and local enterprises to grow this emerging sector. In closing, securing growth requires far more than technology and regulation. It requires a collective commitment. And that's my call to all of you today. Let's work together to secure our country. Let's work together to build this industry. Let's work together to create more opportunities for our young people so that cybersecurity, as much as it's a threat, is also a huge opportunity that Kenya can be known as a cybersecurity center, a cybersecurity hub where you have professionals and enterprises that can offer the various services that are required to secure the digital economy. We look forward to working with all of you as government and engaging further. We are also ready to listen when you have proposals. Our offices, our channels are open so that we work together. We don't want to work alone as government, but work and serve the industry and ensure the industry achieves its goal. So it's my pleasure to declare the Safaricom Cyber Security Summit 2025 officially open. Thank you and God bless you.
I'll ask just Engineer Tanui to kindly remain on stage, but please let's appreciate Engineer PS with a warm round of applause. I would like to call our CCSO, Mr. Nicholas Mulila, to come on stage to present a token of appreciation to Engineer Tanui. And the team will come and make sure that we can be able to present it. There's a token of appreciation for at the national level driving digital transformation. At Safaricom, we are full of surprises, right? So we want to make sure that we give this token of appreciation to Engineer Tanui. Right. Mr. Nicholas Molila will present it to our Principal Secretary. Delegates on the floor, please let's appreciate our keynote speaker. While we still remain on stage, I'll ask the ExCo team from Safaricom PLC, please come and join us on stage so that we can be able to take a group photo. The executive team, ExCo from Safaricom PLC, join us on stage. With the optics and the lovely smiles, to our ExCo team and our keynote speaker. Once again, let's appreciate the leadership and our keynote speaker with a warm round of applause. Thank you. We may have our seats. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to have a better appreciation of the Shangwe at 25 promotion. And I'd like to ask the technical team to cue the video to our delegates on the floor, the ones online. Let's have our attention on the screen. Right, so I know some of us might be asking, what is Shangwe at 25 promotion? Shangwe at 25, the enterprise promotion, ladies and gentlemen, it's a national promotion for the Safaricom business customers. This has a key focus on thanking our loyalty customers and also even as we mark the 25 years of transforming lives. It's a promotion that we're going to be running for 8 weeks. And it's going to be running from 31st of October all the way to 19th of January. So the question that you might be asking, who can be able to participate? All new customers can be able to participate. All existing customers can participate. And also inactive Safaricom business customers. So the question that begs is, how do I get into the promotion? There is no registration that is required. If you're already on board, then automatically you get to come in. But now what you need to do is that you need to buy or renew or reactivate any Safaricom business solution. So for the new customers, you can be able to buy any business solution, be it on GSM, fixed, ICT, M-Pesa. For the existing customers, your eligibility, as long as you've been a customer with Safaricom Business for over 16 years, then you're automatically onboarded on the promotion. And also another way you can be able to get in is be a billing customer for at least 6 months or hold a 2-year contract. So if you are in that particular category, then you can be able to automatically get into the promotion. The solutions that we're looking at so that you can be able to buy is the GSM voice data, internet connectivity, ICT when it comes to dedicated internet, M-Pesa for business. The prizes that are there, ladies and gentlemen, for enterprise, you stand to win not just 100,000 or 200,000, not 300,000, but 500,000. This amount goes to a charity that you can be able to sponsor, a community project that you can be able to sponsor. So the more you enroll, the more you stand the chance of winning 500,000, and this amount goes to a charity that you are funding. So make sure that you can be able to win, but now you can only, this is the disclaimer that I want to give, you can only win once, all right? Make sure you can be able to enroll, but you only win once. It's important to note that. Another thing that I want us to bring to our attention is that between now and December, ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be a surprise green box visit by our ExCo team to our top 200 clients, and they will be coming to do a surprise visit to one to our top 200 clients. Exco team are going to come with a green box. A green box has a gift package. As you have seen the green box that we have presented to our keynote speaker, the Exco team are going to be bringing a green box to our top clients. And even as we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give an opportunity, and this is what I call a roaming mic. I want to come to the floor, and I want to just check any individual who would be here, who would be willing to raise their hand and just introduce themselves and just tell us which Safaricom business or solution that they are currently consuming. Is there anyone who would want to raise their hand? All right, fantastic. I wanted to give a caveat to say that there's going to be a prize to the one who raises their hand. So I was holding that back just to make sure that we can be able to see how we go about it. Yes, please introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and also just tell us the business that, the solution that you're consuming.
Hi everyone, my name is Glory Moreti from Kenya Airways. I'm working with the cybersecurity team. So far, I'm using Safaricom for the Fuliza, which is a good one, and ZD, also I'm consuming it.
All right, fantastic. Please remain standing. Please remain standing. On Fuliza, you are not alone, all right? So what we want to do, we want to give you a glimpse of this green box that is being brought by the executive team. If you'd be so kind as to, is there room there? We want to give an opportunity to our CCSO to come and gift you right there where you are. All right, so our BBA team, if they can be able to reach her, Mr. Musila, if you'd be so kind as to gift her, we want to give them a glimpse of our Exco team. Yes. I will bring it to Mr. Musila. Mulila, sorry, Mr. Mulila. She is right there. I think she's a bit crowded. Just come to the front. Come to the front so that we can do that appreciation. Okay. So the promotion is going to be showing us appreciating our customers. And congratulations to her. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to also just acknowledge our online audience. We have Tony Likido. We acknowledge you, Esther Muthui on LinkedIn. Thank you for following through. We'll continue just making sure that we appreciate and acknowledge our team online even as we proceed. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to the executive team for also facilitating this. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware that Safaricom is celebrating the Silver Jubilee, 25 years of doing business, and we celebrate that, 25 years of making sure that we are transforming lives. But even in this particular journey, ladies and gentlemen, it started with one particular client. One particular client, and the journey was able to grow. In line of that, we want to make sure that we can acknowledge and celebrate the very first delegate, the very first 3 delegates who came into this particular conference. The very first 3. So we have Emma Odindo from OnPhone Media. Emma Odindo, where are you? From OnPhone Media. Please just wave at us and just rise wherever you are. Emma Odindo, is she here? She's here? Okay, Emma Odindo. And Keith Misuko from Mogo. Keith, are you here? Just rise. Please come on stage. Come on stage. Let's appreciate Keith with a warm round of applause. One of the very first delegates who came into this particular conference, came very, very early. Keith was here by 7:21. And Dan Washira, is he here? Dan Washira from HiChem. Dan Washira from HiChem, if you're here, just please rise up and just come on stage. Dan, you're the one? All right, please let's also appreciate him with a warm round of applause. As we do this celebration, we are just celebrating the 25 years, and we have a token of appreciation that we'd like to come and give to our early birds. All right? We have a token of appreciation that we'd want to give. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call Esther, if you'd be so kind, or you're already leaving, if you'd be so kind as to come and just present these gifts to them on stage. Want to appreciate them for just being here. Emma Odendo seems also to have come on stage, all right? Thank you. Please, let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. So that one goes to Esther, Emma Odendo. Emma will definitely take it home. Thank you. Once you have the optics, we can be able to have our seats. Emma will hold it. Emma will definitely take it. All right, but we appreciate the gentlemen. Thank you so much to the gentlemen. We'll make sure that the three gentlemen will be able to get their token of appreciation. We're just being gentlemen to make sure that the lady gets it, and also she was the top winner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to move to our next session. This is then on architecting for enterprise security and threats, advanced evasion techniques for red team operators navigating sophisticated defenses for modern enterprises. I'd like to just call your attention to the screen and let our technical team to guide us on that.
My name is Ruben Owelo. I'm a principal engineer, managed security service, and I'm here to unpack why businesses need security operations center. A security operations center is the mission control to your business. So number one is it basically gives you that 360 view in terms of what is running within your estate as a business. There is what is coming in and what is going out, and this can be VPN accesses. What are the users doing within your estate? How is traffic traversing between the different components within your estate?
A security operations center, it's the first line of defense against threat actors. So I like to look at it as a combination of three things: people, technologies, and processes. We have different endpoints, things that we want to monitor in our environment. This can be endpoints, servers, network devices, and also these are applications. All these endpoints, they send logs to the SIEM. So the SIEM is an analytics platform, if you call it that. So within the platform, we have what we call rules. So a rule is a definition of what evil looks like. So for every log that comes in, the engine will review the log and flag if it's an indication of a malicious or suspicious activity. On top of the SIEM, we have a SOA. So the SOA really helps us with that bit for automation, and as well as doing the repetitive mundane tasks. So when an alert comes to an analyst, it is already enriched with all the information they need to make a decision. Another thing the SOA will do for us is orchestration. The last thing the SOA does is response. So if something is happening in one of our network devices, I want to be able to quickly isolate it. So the SOA will, through the response bit, help us to isolate that.
Basically, you're able to detect speedily in terms of if there is anything malicious or abnormal going on. And then from that, you're able to detect and respond. Why is because you're doing the monitoring 24/7. In case of an incident, you trigger the incident response plan, which you're able to respond speedily. So there we reduce the mean time to detect, the mean time to respond, and that gives you the capability to respond speedily in case there's an incident. Normally the question is, do I invest on a SOC or do I outsource the SOC? So the benefits speak outward in terms of themselves, in terms of a managed SOC gives you that capability as a business, and Safaricom Business offers you this capability in terms of you're able to reduce the costs of having your own analysts, okay? So ideally you invest less, and in terms of the infrastructure, you need to set up your own infrastructure. So it reduces that capex for you, and the only thing you have to think on is just the OPEX that you will have to pay.
All right, so at this point in time, I'd like to hand it over to Chris Okello and Ruben Wawero, who are going to guide us on that particular platform. Please let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause as they come forward.
Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me. My name is Ruben Weru, and I'm part of a larger cybersecurity team. So with me, I have my colleagues who are coming on stage. Probably you can give them a round of applause as they come in just to encourage them. So basically, we are here to do a demo for you guys. And we have set up a website, or what we have set up is this architecture. And this architecture has compromised or vulnerable applications, as you can see. So we have vulnerable applications. We have a misconfigured access point, which is actually there. We also have a man in the middle, which are part of our ethical hackers here. They'll be demonstrating this, tapping into the network itself. We also have unprotected user devices, as you can see. So we'll be sharing some of them to the audience here. And what we're trying to showcase here is how such a vulnerable application or a misconfigured access point or network device can lead to a compromise, either data exfiltration or data loss. So what we'll be doing and showcasing here is basically two components here. So we have the client side and we have the server side. So the server side is where the besha.co.ke is being hosted at. So at the client side, we will tap into that connection, get the passwords, and be able to log in to besha.co.ke. Okay? So what we have here in terms of even the setup, so all of this is logging into a SIM so that we are able to see what is happening. Okay? So the only control we have added on this design is just the SIM component, so that while these guys are doing, from a SIM perspective, were we able to see? When I mean SIM, I mean Security Information Event Management, where we're able to monitor whatever is happening. So from a setup perspective, this is how it is. So here we have the attacker machine, and there we have the victim machine, sorry. So we separated them so that there is clear-cut categorization where each one is. So we have the attacker here and the victim there. So I want to welcome my team, Eric and Tukman, just to take us on the first segment, the client side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ruben, for that introduction. And based on the architecture they just shown, I will be demonstrating a man-in-the-middle attack. So a man-in-the-middle attack, that's where an attacker sits between the communication or the transport. So for modern or most architectures, you often have network devices which facilitate communication between clients and servers, and also within your organization for communication between devices. So in this case, what we'll be demonstrating is more or less a compromised network device. And according to study, a lot of network devices are often misconfigured or left with default credentials. So this predisposes organizations to such risks. Also, we've seen growing exploits of network devices. So what we'll demonstrate here is in the event you have a misconfigured network device within your organization or within your architecture, this is what it predisposes you to. So at the middle, there is Eric, which is more or less the attacking infrastructure. And to the sides, that's just to guide you, that's a victim who will also be trying to access the site. So at this point, we'll call upon the audience for participation. I think one or two of you have been selected just to access the site, besha.co.ke. And just to reiterate, kindly do not use your day-to-day credentials just for test or demo purposes. Yeah, sign up, interact with the platform, look at what is there. So we did set it up just for demo purposes so that we can demonstrate. So I'll give a minute or two as you start interacting with the platform. Yeah, I see people already registering. And as you can see, since then the endpoint has been compromised, the attacker more or less is able to retrieve any data that goes through that network device. And in this case, we've been able to filter out the credentials of anyone accessing this platform. Yeah, so the risk thereby is account takeover. So it's easy for someone to take over an account or use these credentials for further access, be it the platform itself or any other access within the network. So Eric, I think for demo purposes, we can try use one of the credentials, see if we can gain access to an account. Yeah, so maybe you can pick another. And all this was through the traffic going through that compromised access point. And as you can see, using those credentials, he got access to that platform, and he's now free to interact with any of the functionality in the context of that user. He can even go on to request a loan. Yeah, he can even, I see a functionality to view the mini statements and download. So he can even go ahead to do that. Even, yeah, go ahead even to transfer funds. So as you can see, this just from the captured credentials, the impact is already visible. So we'll then go ahead and look at another attack angle which can be utilized based on the captured credentials.
Yeah, so we'll take a step further. We have seen that you are able to capture several credentials. So those credentials, as an attacker, we want to see what else can we do with the credentials. We have seen that you are able to access the portal, but what else can we do with the credentials? So we are going to leverage on one human weakness where we reuse passwords. The same password that we use on online accounts are the same passwords that we use on our laptops. Yeah, so that's what you're going to leverage. So what he's going to do is an attack called credential stuffing, where all the credentials that have been harvested, we are going to test them out on a client that is connected to our rogue access point, and we want to see whether we can get at least one credential that works. Yeah, so a hacker needs to be at least lucky once, you see? So, yeah, so as that is running, it might take a minute or so. Yeah, so I think he will need to run it severally. I think there is, it's usually finicky, so he will try again. Yeah, so in cybersecurity, we usually know that human is the weakest link. Yeah, so things like reusing password, we can see we have gotten one successful credential. That one victim who reused a password from the online service and used it on the portal, on the laptop. So he's going to use those credentials and remote access to the victim machine that was connected to the rogue access point. So once he's connected to the machine, the next question is, what can he do on that machine? Yeah. So since we already got a successful credential on the laptop, he's able to access anything on that machine. So let's wait for him to remote access on that victim machine. Yeah, so as you can see, he's able to access the victim's machine. So the next thing that he will do, even before accessing anything on that machine, what he will do is he will install a backdoor or a malware. So what is a malware? A malware is a malicious program that when run on the victim machine, it will help him, the attacker, to have more privileges on that laptop, and also he will remain undetectable on that machine. Yeah, so at this point, I think he's trying to install the malware on the machine. Yeah, so what he's currently doing, trying to access the malware. from a different machine into the victim machine. You see, it's called update.exe, and this from a normal untrained victim, it might pass as a normal program. So he's running the malware. Yeah, so I think there's some technical difficulty, but he can also use the remote access that he had on the victim machine and try to access files on that machine. Yeah, so he's trying to browse on the machine. So one risk of accessing someone or an attacker accessing the machine is that he's able to access personal information of the victim. It might be corporate email that the victim has been using. So from the corporate emails, he might find financial sensitive information. So another thing that he can do from that machine is steal credentials, and that is done through keylogging. So anything the victim does on that machine, he'll be able to capture the credentials. And the last thing he can do is also open the webcam. So maybe you can demonstrate that. Yeah, so we can see our victim. And he's smiling on the camera, yeah. Yeah, so I think that's the end of our first section of the presentation. We have seen that we are able to leverage the rogue access point. And from the rogue access point, we were able to harvest credentials. And the credentials enabled us to access a personal financial application where we are able to request loan as the victim. We have also used the credentials to access one of the victim's machine and access personal information from that laptop. So the next section, we are going to compromise the application infrastructure that is holding the portal that you have just accessed. So I will welcome Diana and Adams to take it over.
So thank you, Eric and Tukman, for taking us through how we can use the credentials that we got from the MITM attack, the man-in-the-middle attack, to compromise our client. So that was the client-side attack. We'll be shifting gears and trying to use the same credentials that we harvested to exploit the infrastructure hosting this web application that is besha.co.ke. So using the same credentials, we're going to log in. As you can see, we are now logged in as user SFC. And one of the functionalities that is provided is on updating profile. So on enumerating this web application, we find that it is vulnerable to an attack called server-side template injection. What this basically means is when you input text, the web application is going to process it as part of code rather than just show it as harmless text. So we put in 7 times 7, and as you can see, our profile, instead of showing 7 times 7, it's computing it. That means it's processing that and showing 49. What this can be used for, we can leverage this so that we are able to obtain a reverse shell to our attacker machine. A reverse shell is basically using this web application and having it initiate a connection back to our attacker machine and give us control to that web application infrastructure, such that it's like we are seated at the keyboard of that server. So we are going to begin by connecting to our attacker machine. Yes, we are going to begin by setting up our attacker machine to receive this connection back from the web application infrastructure. Switching Wi-Fi, okay. So the attacker machine needs to be set up to receive this connection back. Some technical difficulty, but we should be able to proceed soon. Okay. We're initiating connection to that attacker machine. So we're experiencing technical difficulty, but ideally what should have happened is we should have received a connection back. This is a networking issue to our attacking machine and allowed us control on that web application infrastructure and have us run commands on it as though we were seated on the keyboard for that server. I think we'll have it there. I'll invite Ruben to take us through the remaining part of the presentation.
Thank you so much. Apologies for the server side. I think we really wanted to showcase that, but we're successful in terms of showcasing the client side. So the guy that was on the camera is standing next there. So he's the one smiling. It was not a picture, it was actually real. So ideally is the component we wanted to showcase is using the vulnerability they showcased. We were able, the application was able to process that particular data. So it means the application was vulnerable. So the question begs, if this is the setup, how now could have been the proper setup? So we employ something we call secure by design, something that was mentioned earlier by our chief, Nicholas. And the idea is to think of security not as an afterthought, but basically as the starting, thinking it as at the start point. So how could we have layered it? So if you look at a secure deployment for such a kind of a setup, will have been, one, we had the client side, this particular end, and from this end, we'll have done what we call a risk assessment or a vulnerability assessment. So we check what are the vulnerable applications, what are these applications that are vulnerable within the estate. So for this one, Besha.co.ke was vulnerable on one particular exploit or vulnerability. So here, we employ what you call hardening. So you harden the hosting environment. And what do I mean by hardening? So hardening is basically you assess that particular platform, you pick the vulnerabilities, and you design them out. How do you design them out? By patching the system, okay? So if there's any components you're not using within the application, let's say there's a module in the application you're not using, there is a component within the same application which you're not using, basically you remove it. And then you enforce strong configuration on the particular server itself. So if it's an operating environment, if it's an OS, and you're running operating system, and you're running that application there, so you harden that particular environment. So applying or enforcing strong configuration on the particular environment. So another key critical component in terms of layering security is an endpoint protection. And an endpoint protection, I mean securing the endpoint by combining several components within an antivirus protection. So one is antivirus. The next is behavior analytics, where you can check the behavior. You can profile what is normal on the server, what is abnormal in the same environment, and then you do behavior analytics on the same. Then a component within the same endpoint is threat detection. So it is able to detect the threat itself. Now, if you can remember what they were showcasing in terms of when they got access to the environment, the first thing they did was try to install malware, okay? So the threat detection will have come in place to be able to stop the installation of such a kind of malware. Next, most of us know this component, a firewall, which probably sits either within the data center for east-west traffic or at the perimeter level for north-south traffic. So the firewall in itself gives you the capability to basically detect intrusion, filter what is coming in and what is going out in terms of what a guy is accessing, what is the application that are coming in. So you're able to filter, to inspect and block whichever applications you want to whitelist or allow. So the firewall also detects malware, bots. So in terms of command and control, a CNC communication. So before it goes outside, the firewall is able to pick this communication and drop it at that particular level. So what am I saying as we're starting off? I'm saying if we had these controls in place, the progress of the attacker will have been stopped at any particular stage, be it at the endpoint, be it at the application level, be it at the firewall level. But we're not stopping there. We are saying that on top of that, which is the site itself, and the component we wanted to showcase is we could be able to inject data or blow up an account to have money. So database activity monitoring. So you're monitoring all activities within the database. So if someone has logged in, is doing a schema change, someone is doing queries within the server environment, you're able to pick this up from the database activity monitoring. And the capability it gives you is that you get real-time monitoring in terms of you're able to see who is logging in, what commands are being ran at the database level. Next is it gives you ability to perform policy enforcement. So any block, any alerting that is alerted, so policy enforcement comes in to enforce whatever controls you have set in place within the solution to prevent against any movement of data or any exploitation of data. So the database activity monitoring also provides a user audit. Okay, so you are able to audit. If I am an admin as Ruben, you've given me the privilege to access such a database, it is able to track what is happening in from when he logs in to when he logs out. So those privileged users you have in your environment, you're able to track that. And then the final component is, and some of us relate to this most, is you're able to do, or it feeds your compliance reporting. So you're able to get reports in terms of responding to PCI DSS, HIPAA, ISO 27001, such compliance. So it gives you those reports to feed into those particular compliance. So from that, Remember the site was hosted on a public website? So this site is exposed to the world, okay? So there's a component called Web Application Firewall. This has evolved to what we call Web Application and API Protection, which is a WAP in itself. So you're adding a component of API protection to the Web Application Firewall. So the Web Application Firewall sits at the application layer to protect against any application layer attacks. So you find that some of this, the WAF has components of the API protection, as I mentioned. One is to be able to detect and block any automatic traffic. What do I mean by automatic traffic? Nowadays we have a lot of bots, okay, malicious bots. So they can originate traffic by instruction, and the Web Application Firewall is able to detect and block such kinds of automatic traffic. So the Web Application Firewall sits at the application layer, and a key component or a key thing which we all know is protection against distributed denial of service at the application layer. So if you have an exposed application sitting outside, so if there's any distributed denial of service attack on the website, the solution is able to pick it. So in a nutshell, I'm saying from a server-side perspective, this could have been the ideal setup from a secure design perspective. And this is not coming in as an afterthought, what we're doing here right now. It's coming in when you're looking at the architecture, you're designing this from scratch. Before you even take the application outside, this is being done. The design is being done. And then once the design is set in place, you now go to production. So this is the client, this is the server side. So if we focus on the client side, remember we had the victim machine. And the victim machine didn't even have an antivirus. It had vulnerabilities, probably in the operating system level. So the layered solution there would have been first an endpoint solution. Okay? So you basically have the same components or the same solution and endpoint security, both at the server side and at the client side. Give you that anti-malware protection, antivirus protection, behavior analytics, as I mentioned. So it is able to pick any malicious code trying to be installed. So you realized that we had an access point still there that was broadcasting wireless network. So guys were able to connect, and this can be you, it can be me. You can see a free Wi-Fi, you can connect to it, and what probably you don't know is that device or access point probably is not hardened enough, okay? It's misconfigured, and anyone can tap in as a man in the middle and see whatever communication is going outside. So they can sniff your traffic and capture it. If you're inserting credential, they can pick this credential and try to log into the applications they are seeing you're connecting to. So a hardened access device could have been the ideal in terms of from the vulnerability assessment that could have been done on the platform, both at the client side and at the server side, could have picked any misconfigured devices. And then we apply what we call patching or hardening or enforcing strong configuration. So we had the internet that was connecting both the client and the server. And this can be you. Either you are accessing your ERP application from home or from here. You're accessing some applications from wherever you are in the world. Remember, we have a remote workforce. We don't have guys sitting within the office accessing the business critical applications. So guys are remote. So it means basically having a secure connection, both from the client side to the server side. So all of this was being logged to our security operations center. And I'll showcase this at the tail end. So the security operations center was basically picking logs from all of this device. So ideally, from our initial setup, this was not the case because we didn't have these solutions in place. But from the get-go, or from the initial design that I showcased, that we had the SIM and all of the other guys or all the other solutions or devices were compromised. So all of this was logging into Security Operations Center or the solution itself, a SIM environment. So the SIM environment was able to pick this information, correlate it, and alert. Okay? Finally, and I'll pose this to the audience. They normally say humans are the weakest link. So there is campaign to build the human defense layer, because security starts with us. So, and how do we do this? Is user awareness training. So user awareness training educates your staff, educates your customers in terms of what are the risks out there. What can we do? So user awareness training is basically the education into cyber threats and what they can do. And on top of this, you can add what we call a reporting mechanism, where users know that when I have this issue, I can call Ghostbusters, or I can call 102 or this particular line, okay? So in essence, you have a proper reporting mechanism for any cyber incidences. Finally, you do what we call simulation in terms of if there are any phishing, you have educated on phishing, you have educated on how data can be exfiltrated. So you do simulations within your environment where you gauge the employees or the staff. Have they understood? Do we need to do another training again? Do we need to focus on this particular content only? And then we can do finally the enforcement, where now you're doing campaigns in terms of sending newsletters, updating their wallpapers on their laptops, so that they are aware constantly about the risks that are out there. So with that, you have a secure access end-to-end. You have a security operations center. You have tailored solutions from the client side to the server side. And I tone down with how, as Safaricom business, we can assist. So I've spoken a lot, and this is how, from the demo perspective, this should have been placed. So we come in 3 pillars. One is we come in to assess and advise. And where we sit, we have the capabilities, even within the team, to look at your infrastructure or look at your architecture and basically pick out or do what you call a vulnerability assessment and penetration test, where we evaluate the server side, we evaluate the connection endpoint in terms of access devices. Probably you have misconfigured devices. We evaluate even from the client side. Once we are able to do an assessment, we give a report, and this report can feed into the compliance or the standards that are there. It can be PCI DSS, it can be ISO 27001, it can feed into that. And then we follow up in terms of reassessment, whereby whatever we said, did you implement what we said? Okay? So did you patch the system in terms of identified issues that were captured? So did you do this? So after that, basically, once we assess, we can design a network architecture diagram and say, this is how end-to-end your environment should be. You should have this in place, this in place, this in place. And how does this help? This helps in terms of justifying that my technological roadmap is this way. I am starting at endpoint, I don't have an endpoint, and I am going next to the firewall. My next critical component is database activity monitoring. My next component is a WAF. So it can feed into your planning of your budget in terms of, I will know from a planning perspective that I need this, this, and this at this particular stage. So a network audit, basically what we do is we evaluate the system and we come up with an architecture diagram that is futuristic. We'll speak into that situation at that particular period of time, and then we'll speak into your future. The second pillar is we do protect and prevent. And protect and prevent is basically whatever you see here, the solutions that are there. We have partners in the room that we have partnered with as Safaricom business. We have Fortinet, we have NetScout, we have KnowBe4. So if you look at all these components that I'm mentioning, you can see some of the partners that are here that will assist us, or we partner with them to provide you or to give you a secure or provide a digital safe environment for you. So basically in the protect and prevent, we look at the solutions that are there and we say this will fit into or will speak into your need. Then finally is detect and respond, which I'll touch in at the tail end. So detect and respond is basically a security operations center, which, as mentioned earlier, we have a managed SOC. So you don't have to invest so much on infrastructure to build a SOC environment. So basically, your focus should be on a critical business, and we handle the monitoring bit only. So we look at what is happening within your state, and we're able to detect this and respond, okay? Then finally, a key product that we recently developed, we have our own threat intelligence platform. Okay, it's called Kingasphere. So this is our own local threat intel. Okay, so we know most of the time the products we have out there speak into international threats that are coming in. But what about our own mulongos? What about what is happening within our own environment? So our own developed Kingasphere will, once you integrate into the same platform, and it's fully managed, whereby you can query in terms of what is happening from a threat intelligence perspective. You have local intel, and then basically, for example, the attack surface visibility. You basically have this end-to-end. So you might find that already there's a deep fake for your CEO. Internationally, it might not be known, but locally, it's known. So if you have a local business and there's already a deep fake going on of someone saying this within your business, basically this is able to pick this since it's tailor-made for a local environment. So thank you so much. It has been a pleasure taking you through. And I know we have different architectures, and that's why we are here. So we'll be outside, our engineers will be outside just to get to know how have you set up, how can we come in? Because I know different environments have different needs and different architectures. So thank you so much. We were here just to power your progress and secure your growth. Thank you so much.
The demo gods heard that it was just a quick POC, and they decided to make it longer. So we'll resume. We now have a connection to our attacker machine. If you'd kindly project this screen. Okay, so this is our attacking infrastructure. We are going to go back to where we left off, where we have a working payload, and we are trying to initiate a connection to our attacker PC. So we had prepared a payload, and this is what we're going to use. So this initiates a connection from the infrastructure hosting the web application to our attacker infrastructure. So if we see what's on our attacking PC right now, you see it's a connection initiated from the IP of the server hosting the web application, and that essentially means we have access and control on the infrastructure hosting the web application as though we were seated on the keyboard of that server. So we are running as user www data, which is the user that hosts the service account running the web application on that host. What my colleague right now is doing is just stabilizing that shell so that it's more stable. And with that, we have access to this server, and what initially belonged to besha.co.ke, it's no longer their server, it's now our server. I'll invite Diana to take us through the next part.
Thank you, Adams. I apologize for the technical difficulties we had before, but when it comes to this presentation, these things happen. So, and I also hope we haven't scared you from connecting to rogue Wi-Fi endpoints, but you need to be careful when you're connecting to any public Wi-Fi. So Where we are at now, we have access to the server that is hosting Besha's web application. And this presentation was to tie what Ruben was presenting. And what this means, even when we do our security reviews, the question that pops up is, what's the impact? Yes, there's a vulnerability in this web application, but what's the impact? So the impact for this is we are sitting on the server as the owners of Besha Finance, and any information that is stored on this application, ideally we can interact with it, from configuration files to environment variables to even the database that is hosting this application. And what Adams is showing you currently is he's identified where the database password is stored. It's a very secure password as per the standards, but since we have access to this application, it doesn't do much. So what this means to you as an institution, number one, any data that we find in this database can be copied out and maybe sold to the dark web to the highest bidder. Number two, it can be used to ransom you as a company, where the malicious actor might demand some form of payment. Number three, when you think about your customers, if I, as a customer, am surfing online and I see that my information was exposed, number one, you lose the trust that you have in this institution. And also, if you think about it from our Kenya data protection laws, you will be liable to lawsuits, not just from the government, but also from your consumers. Yes, so our end goal, just to close up this presentation, number one, access the database. And then number two, perform a fraudulent activity. Remember, when creating the account, our balance was 0. So we'll close out by updating our bank balance from 0 to any amount we wish. Yeah, so Adams has already logged into the database. And I think, yeah, that you can just go back. Yeah, you can see the various databases that we have. We have BeshaDB, Finbank, and of interest will be the Finbank database, which seems to be hosting all the information for this application. Yeah, then we'll just go ahead and update the amount. Oh, before the amounts, we have the tables under the databases, accounts, loans, transactions, and users. What pops out will be the users table. So we can go to that. Yeah, you can see we have the emails, the phone number, and the password. And if you're thinking, I can't see the password in clear text, those hashes can be cracked and you can retrieve the plain text password. Yeah, so this information, this is what will be sold probably on the dark market. Yeah. So we'll do our last part just to cement our access to Besha or Finbank and update the profile, update our bank balance. And you're thinking, if I'm updating my bank balance from an account we took from the credentials from the audience, you're giving me free money. But you have to think of it, number one, when you get that free money, there are two people who will be coming after you. That is the bank and the law enforcement officers. And as a malicious actor, the next thing I'll think about doing is just transferring that amount to an account that I control. So the question you will be asked by the government or the law enforcement will be, where is this money? And you'll probably have no idea. So these are some of the dangers of having an insecure application. Yeah, so we'll just use our user ID. The user ID we are targeting is 22 of the test user we had before. Okay. Okay. So if we go back to our application and just refresh the amount. Oh, we first need to change the profile to remove that payload we used before. Yeah. So as you can see, our bank balance was updated. We have a functionality of transferring the funds. That is the next step as to what the malicious actor will do. And yeah, that was to tie up our presentation to bring what Ruben was presenting. I hope it has been informative and not too technical. And yeah, hopefully, as you buy the security solutions and products, you'll have in mind a security conscious mind to just be secure. Thank you.
Right, thank you to the Safaricom team, and also thank you to Chris and Ruben for your leadership on the same. Let's appreciate them one more time with a warm round of applause. Safaricom Art 25, celebrating our loyal clients. The Shangwe Art 25 promotion, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely made there to make sure that we can celebrate all our loyal clients. But the key focus of Shangwe Art 25 is that we are focusing predominantly on the business solutions of our clients, the GSM, the voice, data, and SMS plans, the internet connectivity, the M-Pesa for business, and also ICT. And on that, we talk about cloud, cybersecurity, and IoT. So Shangwe R25, ladies and gentlemen, that is the key areas that we are looking at and also appreciating our clients on those particular segments. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give an opportunity to one of us here. You can be able to raise your hand, introduce yourself, the organization you represent, and out of the clusters that I've just mentioned, which of those services do you consume courtesy of Safaricom? And you may stand a chance to win a prize. So is there anyone on the floor who'd like to? We have a gentleman right here at the front. Right here at the front. Just introduce yourself, organization you represent, and also which product out of the clusters that I've mentioned that you consume.
So morning, everyone. Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Daniel Give is my name, representing Unite Us. We are happy to be here with Safaricom. We consume internet services, that is MPLS.
All right, fantastic. Before you have a seat, please let's also give him a token of appreciation. What we are doing, this is a teaser for the green box that is going to be coming to our top 200 clients, courtesy of the Exco team who will be coming to make sure that we appreciate our clients. Let's give him a warm round of applause for his patronage, for his support and also partnership. We definitely appreciate you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first part of the morning. We want to take a short break so that now we can be able to, a 20 minutes break, so that now we can be able to be back here at 11:40. And even as we go for a break, what I want to bring to your attention, for our partners who have their booths out there, make sure that you can be able to have a conversation with them. Safaricom Business, Nobi4, Huawei, Netscout, Fortinet. As you have your tea, have a conversation and also appreciate the value proposition that they have set out there. All right, so fantastic. So let us be back here. We have a panel discussion planned. We have quite an informative and insightful program that has been lined up. Please, delegates on the floor, if you'd be so kind as to give a high five to the person seated next to you and tell them, this cup of tea is on me. This cup of tea is on me. All right, fantastic. Make sure that you can enjoy your cup of tea. Let us be back in 20 minutes as you have a conversation with our partners To our online audience, thank you for engaging us. Please make sure that you can be able to chime in on the chats for those on the LinkedIn platforms and all the platforms that we are on live. Thank you for engaging us, and let's keep doing that. All right, enjoy your break and see you shortly. Asante. into a very insightful session that sits at the heart of today's digital landscape. The key focus is from data to defense, how AI and machine learning are redefining the fraud detection in this digital stage. So this point in time, the one who's going to unpack and transform and guide us on how we can be able to detect and prevent and respond to fraud is none other than Emmanuel Andati. Let's appreciate Emmanuel Andati with a warm round of applause as he comes forward to give us the presentation. Glad to have you here, and also to our online audience, we are glad also to have you back. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all well. Okay. Okay, this is better. So, welcome to a presentation on how AI is redefining fraud detection. How many here have experienced fraud? Maybe this year. Maybe somebody called you, told you there's a promo you've won. You need to send some money to redeem whatever you've won. Show of hands. How many actually did send money? Oh, great, great. So awareness is quite at a good level. So my name is Emmanuel Andati, as mentioned, fraud detection principal officer. Our role is to ensure that we keep the customer safe. Can imagine Safaricom with the over 50 million subscribers. Just imagine if 1% of them were to be conned every day. Can imagine the numbers and the headache that we'll have. Hence the reason why we are talking about the topic we have today, how AI is redefining fraud detection. So the challenge for fraud that we have today globally, it said the losses average about 400 billion annually. And if you look also at the digital inclusion rate, as the PS and Chief Mulila mentioned, it's quite at a high rate. There's the inclusion, which is again empowering people, which is a good thing. But then with that, again, also comes the problem of fraud, where customers, as we know, most people are vulnerable, trusting, so they're very easy, likely to fall for fraud. So something else with the numbers, you realize the traditional methods of detection are slow and rigid. Therefore, there's a need to have something that will be a game changer, will ensure customers are kept safe. So hence AI, and we'll talk a little about how it's transforming the fraud management. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So what we are seeing, you can just have an overview of what we are seeing affecting our customers, the different fraud vectors. Biggest one is social engineering. As you can see on the left, it's the highest graph. So this entails things like, as I mentioned, somebody calling you, telling you, we are Safaricom, we've seen your line has a problem, it's double registered, please, you need to give us some information so that we verify that's your line. Clearly, you can see the number, it's a mixed up number. The person doesn't seem to know information very well. Unfortunately, as I said, customers, people, by default are trusting, many of them. So they fall for this fraud a lot, and it's the key one affecting customers at the moment. Second one, physical social engineering. We are seeing a lot of traction on this one. And this includes things like impersonation of government agencies. So somebody comes to you, says, I'm from this government agency, we have this program, and you can enroll and start getting money immediately. So what do you need to do? You need to give me your phone, I help you to onboard. And so in the process, that person knows what they are doing. You'll tell them your information, my M-Pesa PIN, and they'll go in and transfer money. Take your phone, pretend to be doing some onboarding of a product, and move money to their line. So this one is affecting people a lot, and we're actually doing a lot, as you'll see, to tackle. I think those two will be the main ones. So in fraud detection, We have various models we've rolled out, and maybe I'll talk a little bit about how we'll talk about one use case, the customer 360, but to see how we got here. We've been, for a long time, we're using rules. These are static rules. In case there's a scenario that comes up, we'll look at it, analyze, then create static rules. If it's on SQL, have commands that review M-Pesa transactions and detect those that appear to be suspicious. So with that, it will work for maybe 3-4 days. And when the vectors change, you'll find the effectiveness drops completely. I'll just notice that you're getting now customer complaints because you've detected something, taken action, but now you're getting more complaints at the customer care. People are calling saying something has happened to my line. And when you check or when you verify, you realize there was no fraud they were doing. So with that quick degradation, we came up, this is actually, I think, the 6th or 12th model we have for fraud detection. And to note is we build the models based on use case because there is no one size fits all. We have the different products, journeys, be it SIM swap, be it registration, and all of them have different use cases. Even products affecting organizations like the bank to customer transfers. This is one of the models that comes in to proactively detect or reduce impact of fraud. So it's called the Customer 360 AI Behavioral Analytics for fraud. So it's data-driven, it's adaptive, and it learns from patterns, and there's real-time monitoring involved. So how it works is you need to collect data. You need to collect data, labels of fraud that have actually happened, and these are key items because without data, there's nothing you can build. And over a period, we've been enhancing how we do the data collection. How many have interacted with the SMS 333? Somebody has tried conning you, then you send something there. By a show of hands. Okay, thank you. I see a few hands. So SMS 333 is one of the ways, even as a customer, you can use to report fraud. Even if you've just been called and you feel the person is trying to con you, in as much as they may not have, you may not have sent them money, but they just attempted to do it. You can use that number, that code, you'll get instructions on the information to provide. So from the data we are collecting, it's quite rich, we've been enhancing it. Over time, you're now getting better quality data. We'll get information on who's received money, how much, and we can even now verify that actually it's a true report because we have instances where somebody can try to report you maliciously, but this is detected as the checks are being done, so it's not a pass-through. So from the data collected in the organization, we have a data science tribe. It's a center of excellence. They support us in anything modeling, data engineering. So we partner with them a lot. So us as the people who receive the fraud reports, we sit with them. We explain the problem, because again, the problem needs to be very curated, very clear. Otherwise, you may have data, but if you're not understanding the problem well, or not putting it across well, then it means whatever you build will not be effective. So like for this case, what it does is, and you'll see some 2 slides, though they don't have, the information may not be very clear, but it's just a print of what is involved. The objective was to detect when a transaction is happening, we should be able to detect the likelihood of it being fraudulent. So how do we do this? There are 2 things that are built. One is a profile of the customer, if it's a mobile number or against an ID. And the profile involves a lot of things. Previously, maybe we'll only look at probably the send money transactions they have. But over time, this was enhanced to have a lot of features. As you can see, maybe the right screenshot may not be very clear, but those are some of the features. That is a profile of one customer. It has over 40 features. This will include even things like the ratio of how money is sent versus what is received, how fast money is dispatched once they receive, voice calls, the people they are interconnected with, where are they, and has any of them been reported in the item number 1? So out of that, using particularly the graph neural networks, it's able to look for links and associations between customers. So we have customers defined as nodes with regards to now graph analytics model. Every customer is defined as a node, and then the model tries to look at the relationships, associations with other nodes. And if any is found, then something called an entity is created that links them. So out of that, there's a graph that is formed, a social graph of their links, of their associations. So with that, you can actually tell likelihood of a certain customer being, say, a fraudster, such that even when they are receiving money, their checks will do before probably allowing them to utilize the money. If there's a likelihood the score maybe is given is really high, their money can be withheld for momentarily as maybe secondary checks are being done, just to be certain that there's a problem. So on the right, the screenshot again, not very clear, but that one is part of the 360 analytics. It's a linking model. So this one, what it does, it's, as I said, the relationship check between entities. So as you send money to a certain person, there's analysis done to check what is the level of relationship. Is there a likelihood you could be conned? And remember, this is not the only check. Before that, other checks shall have been done on the voice activity, connectivity, communication, how is it? So with the, we call it the link analysis. With that, you find when you're communicating with or sending money to somebody who's a fraudster, the score actually will show, no, this is a red flag. Please, you need to double check. And now, based on the question might be, how sure are we that it's working? So when it comes to number 3, the test and deployment, before it takes action, we did quite a lot of iterations working with our data science colleagues, where we started with a small subset. A model is trained, the data collected is enriched on a daily basis automatically. The data is enriched automatically to make the model firm and better. So before any deployment, there's testing done. Model will be prepared, then given to the users, in this case, the fraud detection team, to test it out and give feedback on how their performance is. And the testing includes even things like at times communicating with customers just to get a feel of what the real scenario is. So it's not just about the model metrics of accuracy, precision, recall. That's not all. There's an extra level of even verifying the actual experience, because the other challenge we've learned, maybe based on previous scenarios, is you come up with a model, the accuracy looks really good, so you go ahead and deploy it. And the next thing, you're getting noise from the market. Your customers are complaining, we are not able to work or to use the service. So there's that extra level of validating that actually the customer experience in the market is not affected. Because at the end of the day, the most important person is the customer and the experience. We don't want to affect their good experience. So out of this model, what we do is continuous feedback between data engineers, the data scientists, and the representatives of the customers to ensure that it's accurate. And this includes monitoring the KPIs. Like in our instance, we do monitor the fraud incidents, like Nick Mulila mentioned in the morning. And he mentioned the numbers, how much it has reduced after introducing all these models. It also includes the false positive rate, which refers to those customers that were genuine, but we flag them as suspicious. So we've reduced this figure a lot, I think by 60% of false positives, because again, you don't want to affect your genuine customers. And the accuracy is looking good, but at the end of the day, continuous feedback and engagement has to happen to keep the model very sharp. So that's for 360. Again, for maybe banks, circles, organizations that have pay bills, the model comes in handy for when customers receives money from the pay bills. Again, the same analysis is done automatically, just to see if there's a likelihood. Probably the pay bill has been compromised. And it's one of the ways we've been able to tell if pay bill has been compromised. And I think maybe some of us have received emails notifying you to please check. We've seen this transaction and we feel there's something wrong. Please confirm. Since it's your circle customer, it's your bank customer, it's your enterprise customer, moving money from your pay bill to their number, just check, because we don't have visibility to know how much of a customer they are to you. So it really comes in handy. And we've had instances where the moment we tell the organization to check, an hour later or two later, we get feedback that, yeah, there's a problem. Please help us probably try recover or hold whatever is money is available as we check further. So yeah, that's the value we are seeing deriving from the model. So apart from that, maybe other encompassing items around this includes awareness. I think Nick mentioned it. Customer engagements. We really need to talk to our customers, make them aware, because again, with fraud detection, it's a myriad of efforts. There's no one solution for all. It's a mix of solutions. Awareness comes in key, ensuring we always tell customers to be aware, not to share pins, not to take calls from or give personal information. Something else on the detection models, yeah, includes areas like the areas we do find being sources of fraud. So the profiling includes things like location as well. So for monitoring, we do also have 24-hour fraud monitoring. I think this is the team that will also, once the model probably detects something and the team reviews and feels, yes, there's a problem, an email or communication will be done to the relevant organization, if it's not by email, via call, just to check if what the experience is on the organization side and if there's room for collaboration, just to ensure that the organization is safe, your organization is safe, and your customers are also safe. And innovation and collaboration. We do help, and I want to believe most of us do attend the periodic mobile money forums we do hold, because those are the forums we use now to share more and more insights, getting to hear from you what is happening in the industry, because again, without the partnership, combating fraud becomes a challenge. So I'll request to stop there. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's a question or two, or MC, you guide us. Okay, maybe I can take a question or two, then MC will guide us.
Right, fantastic. Thank you for that. I know we were expecting another speaker, but please let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. Would you want to take maybe just one question from the audience in regards to your presentation? Any question from the audience? Just one question. Any question?
Check.
Before
Testing.
we can move to the next session.
Testing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so good morning and presentation. My question was on the issue of account takeover. My name is Victor, and I'm from HF Bank, part of HF Group. So account takeover remains one of the biggest risks from a banking perspective. And here, this is where you find someone in diaspora dies, and then suddenly there's a local entity showing up at the bank claiming to be this person, and they completely have their details, including an active subscribed mobile number. Now, while you have pushed the SIM swap checks to the banks through APIs, my question is around the other side. What are you doing to prevent this SIM swap from happening to begin with? How are they able to take advantage of your KYC, your agent process, and be able to masquerade as a otherwise dead person or an inactive customer to the point of going ahead and taking over the account? So this could imply either rogue agents that could facilitate the SIM swap or possible back-end support that can make that step happen. So even as we do the SIM swap checks from the channel side, we need to know what are you doing at the back end to detect such cases and minimize them, because they are on the rise. As we get to the holiday season, we expect almost all the banks here will have a number of cases of such. Thank you.
Thanks, Victor, for the question. Yeah, indeed, those cases do appear once in a while, and there are actually very vast or robust controls in place, because we do find many cases of attempts, and we blocked quite a big number on a daily basis. So you do find the source of information is not only from the telco Safaricom. I think we had from the data, the Menti we had in the morning, there was a question about what are the different places, how does that delivery person get to know where you live, or how to contact you. And we also know with the industry, we have government services with a lot of digital inclusion. There's data. Data doesn't only sit with the telcos. We have data on the bank side, the government side, if it's your mobile number, date of birth. That information sits with different entities. So the leak could occur from anywhere, any source. So on our end, what we are doing about item of data protection. There are quite strong and robust measures in place. Actually, we do a lot of access reviews. We flag anomalies. Any accesses or attempts to view information without a customer's explicit request is flagged and action is taken. So that's one of the key measures. On the roaming, on the swap themselves, there's actually a lot of also checks done. So in the few, maybe one or two cases that may go through, we do continuously review to see how did it go through so that we can build preventive measures. I can assure you there's been a big drop in those SIM swap fraud cases, but every day, with every new vector that is used to compromise, we do put the effort to review and put preventive measures. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. Thank you for the response. Please, let's appreciate him one more time for the warm round of applause. Thank you for guiding us in that fantastic session. We appreciate that input. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to get into a fireside discussion with our partners. I will start by introducing the moderator, and then we can proceed with the panels. So to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, a leader who is passionate about integrity, governance, and also responsible innovation. He is the Senior Manager, Ethics and Compliance at Safaricom PLC. Please help me appreciate Eric Mugo as he comes to join the panel and also to moderate. Eric Mugo, let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. Welcome, Eric. Also joining the fireside discussion, ladies and gentlemen, a seasoned cybersecurity leader with over a decade of experience in digital ecosystems and leading advanced threat prevention. He is the head of cybersecurity at Safaricom PLC. Let's appreciate Sam Ochieng as he comes to join the panel. Welcome, Sam. And we appreciate how you are passionate about building resilient systems. Also joining the panel, ladies and gentlemen, a cybersecurity expert with a wealth of experience in strengthening digital defenses, Mr. Gary Peel from Fortinet. Gary Peel from Fortinet, good to have you and welcome to the panel. Also joining the panel is a man who leads the engagement of governments and organizations across East Africa in the organization he represents. He is the Director for Policy Partnerships from Huawei. Let's appreciate Adam Lane as he comes on stage. Adam Lane. I can't see Adam, but probably if he can hear me from just outside the hall, he might join. Next on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, a cybersecurity expert with extensive experience in building awareness and resilience against evolving digital threats. She is Naledi Sepalo, all the way from NoB4, a cybersecurity expert. Let's appreciate her, the Strategic Partner Alliances Manager. Naledi, as she comes. All right, so we hope that Naledi will be able to join the panel. And then also now joining the panel, ladies and gentlemen, this is Eric Mugo, Head of Ethics and Compliance at Safaricom PLC. Let's appreciate him with a warm round of applause. All right, so we will hand over to the moderator to proceed with the discussion, and then I am sure that the other panelists are going to be able to join in as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian, and to all the attendees, welcome to this chat session. Gentlemen, I wanted to say lady and gentlemen, but somebody is missing. The questions won't be too hard. So Sam, welcome very much. Being the head of department for cybersecurity at Safaricom, I'm sure you're a very busy man. You see a lot from Mr. Mulila's comments in terms of the attacks we see. Attacks we see towards the country, towards Safaricom. From where you sit at a high level, what is the landscape looking like? What are the perhaps common vectors? What are the key areas we should be concerned about?
Okay, thank you, Eric, and thanks everyone for attending this session. This is our third conference that we're having, our third summit we are having. So from a business perspective and what we see, as Safaricom, it's no different than what other organizations are seeing. But the most important bit is for us to focus on the business and also on the threats that are then emanating from within and outside. So from a cyber risk perspective, what we know is that the internal incidents cause more havoc to businesses than the external ones, because in most cases you find your internal employees, they know your critical assets. So if you take the case of the presentation that the team made here today, there was the database server, and in most cases you find that it's the internal employees who know that architecture. Where does this database sit? What are the, from a placement perspective, how is it structured? What versions is it using? What model is it using? How does it communicate with other applications? So the internal threat then has a deep understanding of the business and also the internal processes. So even from a fraud perspective, they know all the processes that have been defined that can then be bypassed for them to commit an incident. On the external side, there are also threats that we see globally. And right now, what is keeping us awake most of the time is, of course, now threat actors have the arsenal to launch these attacks more faster, more at a less costlier and a faster rate than before. So by adopting AI, we are seeing a lot of cyber threats. Even from the numbers perspective, we heard today that the threats have gone up by almost 80%. So we ask ourselves, why is this the case? Why was it not 80% before? So it means that there are more tools to launch this kind of attacks. And of course, the young people also like exploring. For example, in colleges, the cyber courses get more interesting at that early stage. So you find the tools like the Kali Linux presented today, you'll find someone exploring. So most of these, and for sure, someone can even exploit it by accident. Someone just testing or learning a particular tool, and as a result of that, you'll find your internal systems infiltrated. The other piece now is also on the integration. We are on an interconnected world right now. For example, as Safaricom, we see a lot of institutions who are in need of integrating to our payment platform. So, and as a result, we have APIs that then we are exposing. These are also seen elsewhere. So for example, in the banking sector, they have exposed certain APIs to their customers so that they can do integration. So these APIs then become a weak link for you or for the intruders to exfiltrate the ecosystem. So as we do business, of course, there's the need to serve the customer. And that need also brings about certain vulnerabilities that are then can be exploited. So overall, I would put it as those three areas, the APIs that we are continuously using, the new people who are trying to learn about the tool sets that they have come across, issues to do with the AI that are making it much easier for external attackers and actually also the internal attackers to launch the attacks, and then also the internal threat to the business.
Thank you, Sam. So I've picked three things: internal threats, external threats, and the interface between those two, which in this case is APIs. We've got all of us are interconnected. There was a question earlier by Victor with regards to account takeover and how it affects organizations. So that's just a small example of how interconnected we are, and basically how a threat on one side exposes or has the potential to expose an entity on the other side. And this is perhaps why we have these forums, to be able to collaborate and co-create controls that will help us. Welcome, Naledi and Adam. Thank you very much for joining us. And Adam, as a vendor, you are at the forefront of building security solutions to help these companies that are here with us today to protect their environment as well as power their business. When you're building your solutions, how well or how do you incorporate cybersecurity, and particularly the feedback? For example, the feedback we've just gotten from Sam in terms of the security landscape. How do you go about building your solutions with them in mind?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Very glad to be here. I think because Huawei produces a huge amount of equipment, hardware as well as software, some of it is original, built by us, but of course, majority also requires a lot of other vendors and other hardware and software suppliers to be incorporated into our solutions as well. I think that's one of our biggest challenges to create, especially within such a fast-moving field. But for us, we have about 5,000 people in our R&D team focusing on cybersecurity. Some of them are making cybersecurity-specific products. Some are just focusing on the cybersecurity of the other products, which of course could be different network equipment, for example, servers and storage and other things like that. But we've tried to develop a very comprehensive system. I think one would say it's not the move fast and break things, it's the move slowly and make sure nothing is broken approach. That we have a lot of internal processes to make sure that everything is tested before it's moving to the next step of the R&D process. We have incentives set up. So within a product line, if they have multiple layers of teams working on testing, they have their own internal penetration testers, for example. They also have to get third parties to come and test their equipment. And if they find flaws, then they can get punished by the other departments. Then we have our own internal cybersecurity lab, which is independently funded of the product lines, reports directly to the board of managers of management and can veto any products that they don't think meet the cybersecurity or privacy concerns. And they vetoed, I think, over 130 products in the past that have just never reached the standard that we think is good enough to be able to put out into the market. And they're also incentivized. The more flaws they can find in our own products, obviously before they get released, the more incentive they get financially in terms of promotion and other things like that. So for us, it's working throughout the value chain, but it's really trying to work on the internal incentives to make sure we don't develop any products that have any problems. In terms of the market research, I think we're trying to incorporate cybersecurity into everything that we have. It's no longer just you sell firewalls, for example. Everything has to have an aspect of cybersecurity built into it, and increasingly that's more of the software side, as we've also become bigger into the software space. I think that's one of the biggest challenges you face, because of course the need for always patching, dealing with user rights issues, dealing with other third-party APIs and that kind of aspect into the software space and how to maintain that. We're a big supporter of open source, but we also have very close attention to what is working and what is secure in open source. We have a very big team that's also then permanently monitoring and engaging in all of the open source communities and making sure that any software we're using has to be the most up to date. And any flaws that have been identified, we're immediately notifying our internal teams and necessarily identifying any of our customers as well. I think that's one of the challenges that we face because there's so many vulnerabilities and they're always coming, and how do you react and respond very, very quickly and engage with our partners and our customers to make sure we're updating software as needs to be and helping them improve the security of their products. I think for us, we're in this unusual situation. There's a lot of scrutiny on us as a company. So we think we're maybe one of the most tested vendors out there by both our customers, by both governments and regulators, as well as many others. So we have a very, very high standard and a very, very high bar. I think that's really important, that one has to be very, very careful about what happens. And once you lose the trust of your customer, it's very hard to regain that trust. So that's why I say it's kind of the move slowly, make sure everything works before one starts bringing something into the market. And I encourage that approach for others here as well, because it's very difficult to regain trust once you lose trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. It seems you're at the heart of innovating, building solutions that companies such as those represented here are going to use, while at the same time you're covering your back. You're also looking out. You're looking out for your back, making sure that no one is messing around with you as well. So, Gary, this is to you. I think you are somewhere in the middle of everyone because, for example, some, as the end user, will buy a solution or solutions from Adam. And Adam, has secured those solutions as much as possible. And you're coming in from a cloud perspective. You're securing what Sam has deployed that has been developed and deployed by Adam. So how has this worked out from a security point of view in terms of solutions built by other companies? These solutions have now moved from on-premise to cloud, and you're coming in to secure. How has that been, and what should we look out for as the companies here who are deploying these solutions?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and that's a very broad question, Eric, and if I had 3 hours, I could explain all the nuances, but I'll try and put it into a succinct answer. So I think, first of all, what we're seeing both internationally and locally is a massive drive to consume and adopt public cloud services at a rapid rate, because it really provides business value to organizations that allow them to move fast, to allow them to scale, and to allow them to reach new markets. And I think one of the huge benefits from an African perspective, being on the continent, is we've got a huge user base that we can offer services to, and cloud adoption is really driving those innovation conversations with customers and allowing businesses to attract new markets and go into new spaces. But with that obviously comes concerns. So you need to move fast, you need to develop new capabilities, new services, etc., but you need to do that in a secure manner. What we're seeing out there is that there's a big gap between businesses wanting to move fast and secure. And that really comes down to a couple of things. It comes down to people, it comes down to processes, and it actually comes down to technology as well. And you need to be able to marry these three things in order to achieve business success, but also do it in a secure manner. Typically, what we're finding out there is developers and security teams, there's a massive culture gap between these two industries or entities within an organization. And the successful companies are bridging these gaps. So the security teams are working very closely with the application development teams and vice versa towards a common goal. And without that collaboration, you tend to find vulnerabilities getting pushed into the code, and then, of course, breaches happening from a cloud perspective. So the value that we preach from a Fortinet perspective is make sure that you've got visibility in the environment, make sure that you've got no blind spots, no siloed tools, no disparate tools that have developers looking at one picture and the security and infrastructure teams looking at another picture. They should all be using the common tooling so that they can spot the gaps in the architecture or spot the gaps in the code. And then, of course, remediate that as quickly and as soon as possible by having the context of that information that everyone can agree on what the next steps are and how to close that gap. So it's a fast-paced industry. It's changing almost on a daily basis, and it's a great industry to be in.
Thank you, Gary. I think there's something very interesting you've mentioned, and I'll pose this to the crowd just by a show of hands. Who hates blind spots? Blind spots. You know that system that you thought you shut down, or that particular DB you thought you patched, but you didn't. So that's a very interesting point you made there in terms of ensuring that all your assets, you have visibility across your infrastructure. And there's one blind spot sometimes we miss or we forget to update, and that is us, the human beings. So, Naledi, you do a lot of trainings, or you facilitate a lot of ensuring that companies are keeping their employees, their partners, anyone in their ecosystem cyber aware. How do you measure the effectiveness of these programs and the plans we put in place in terms of making sure that our staff are aware? I won't ask anyone to raise their hand, but I will just ask anyway. Who ignores those emails on fraud awareness or cybersecurity awareness, those e-learning emails? Don't lift up your hand, but I know there are many. So, Naledi, maybe you can cast through that one. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you for having us here. It's quite an honor to be a part of this event today. People. So it goes around that people are your weakest link, right? We want to change the status quo. We want people to be your biggest asset because technologies are there. There are brilliant technologies that are there to help you from a multi-layered approach, whether it be physical, whether it be your actual machines or your network or whatever the case is. The technologies are there to help, put that wall up. However, we need to start seeing our people as the biggest asset that we have, and we need to be able to confidently rely on the fact that people will know what to do when they receive something that looks remotely suspicious. Our platform has grown over the years, and how it's done that is when it was first formed 15 years ago, we obviously recognized the gap in which we are not training our youth What we see happened in the past, and it still happens now, to be quite honest. I'm from South Africa, so a lot of the other smaller SMB companies are still doing the old school way of training, where you bring people in a room, you have donuts and coffee, and you want to keep them energized, and then you put up a PowerPoint and you say, okay, we are going to learn about cybersecurity today. This is what a phishing attack is. This is how you would receive it, and this is what you do after that. Unfortunately, we have no control over the people that were in this room. Did they hear what we spoke about? Do they understand it? What do they take away from it, and how do they apply it moving forward? There was no way to measure that before. And the way in which we do human risk management through awareness training is it's a platform that is online that also caters to different people. We've got training modules that are more assessment level. We've got videos where we have publishers that do content across the world, even a local publishing house in South Africa, where we want to start using local actors and comedians, and we want to make training engaging and shorter and fun, but also relevant to the people within the region that they're in. So we try to tailor to as many different demographics and how we train people. And then, of course, because it's a platform that is a software, through all these integrations that are done when you first set it up, you then have something called a human risk score that we then develop, where we start to track, okay, this person usually takes 3 times longer than the normal person to finish the training. This person usually falls for all of the simulated phishing tests that we send them. We can now start to see that higher risk in each person based on how they complete their training and based on how they interact with phishing tests or simulations. And through those risk scores, can we then use the AI capability that is built into our platform to then assign training specifically for each and every person, because not everyone learns the same way, not everyone digests information the same, and also not everyone is a risky person. So we want to make sure that those who are also looking like they've got a higher risk score, we want to be able to train them specifically, targeted training on what their behaviors are on a daily basis, and then also test them on the level in which we believe they would be able to better spot those kind of simulations, because you want to link the gap between you are training your users, but you also want to start to see the change in behavior, because there's no point in training without being able to say, okay, we are actually starting to see less people clicking on phishing emails because they've completed a lot more training online. And the great part of it is it's not just training on your laptop or on your PC at work. You can then do the training on your phone. When you're on a plane, you download the training on your phone, get on the plane and actually do it in offline mode, and it gets updated when you're back online. So we really are moving with where we are now. We're all very busy, we're always on the go, but we also want to make sure that people are aware of what's out there. How do they protect themselves? And then how do you also then measure that return on investment for an organization that would be investing in something like that?
Thank you, Naledi. You actually answered my question in terms of, changing how we have traditionally done awareness. And interesting that you've mentioned comedians and actors. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I don't know if you'll do it on TikTok or it will still be in your platform. So in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, if we can get a question from the floor, I would appreciate. We have quite a narrow or thin line, or let me even call it a gray area today between cybersecurity and data privacy. What is your take on it? Please take a minute, and also you could give us your closing remarks in the interest of time.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Eric. Yeah, so for data privacy and cybersecurity, yeah, for sure there's a thin line there, but one leads to the other. So, for example, if you implement good cybersecurity controls, then what it means is that you are going to realize a more secure, you're going to achieve a more private environment, or you're going to protect your data. So the essence of it is for you to implement those secure by design controls that we normally talk about, do more awareness, as Naledi is talking about. Then also from the vendors, partners, make sure that we have the right partners in place, integrations that we are doing, are they safe? So that we, at the end of the day, we have the data that we have in the environment very secure. Everyone tends to be looking at collecting this data. So if you are able to protect it, then your customers are going to be happy at the end of the day. You are not going to have the regulators like we have today coming on your neck that you are not serious in terms of protecting customer data. So by having a very appropriate, effective cybersecurity controls, then we are going to achieve the data security requirements that we need. It so happens that, again, from a technology layer perspective, data then becomes almost the last item normally in our ecosystem. So where data resides is normally at the very end of that architecture or the setup. So again, it gives us the opportunity to make sure that where that data resides, we have appropriate controls in place. At the development stage, are we able then to be able, for example, to mask data, encrypt data at that development phase, so that at the time now we are using this data, when you're transmitting it out or sharing it with partners out, then this data is transmitted securely. We are able to store it in a very safe environment, and also let's not have data in our environment that we no longer need. So for example, we should be able then to be able to dispose data that we no longer need in the environment. Yeah, so there are many controls that we can then apply to be able then to protect the data that we have. This is at organization level, and then also at a personal level. How do you take care of your own personal data? So for example, I think there are cases of online, you are online, but then you are disclosing too much information about your location, what you are doing, the kind of food, your likes, because that is what now Naledi and the team does in terms of training us to be aware about, so that someone doesn't social engineer us to be able to collect this information. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of information we have that we can be able to protect, but now it's upon us to be able to make use of this. Yeah, so I think for me, on the closing remark side, for the cybersecurity professional and entities at large, I would say that in most cases, implementing cybersecurity controls it's quite costly. For example, if I look at the internal side, the kind of cost we need to incur to be able to implement cybersecurity controls. So then we need to identify the right partner who can be able to give us that appropriate guidance, do for us that advisory to come up with the appropriate architecture that we need to implement, so that by the time we are implementing the controls, they are very well aligned to our organization objectives or the right strategy that we are trying to implement. So for example, are we able to consolidate certain controls? I know we have things like EDR, XDR. The number of DRs have been increasing over the years. So there's an opportunity for us then to do consolidation, but then we need to identify the right partner. And I would say no one gives us that better advisory than Safaricom Business through managed security services for us to deliver that cost saving and also effective cybersecurity controls.
Thank you, Sam. Interesting proposition, looking at the products in place and what they have to offer. And Adam, as you close, you mentioned that you're at the heart of building different solutions for different markets. How are these, in the future, there's a demand for collapsing of some of these security solutions into one, just to avoid or to prevent having so many security solutions. Is there a possibility, is there an opportunity to have fewer solutions and achieving the same objective? Even as you close, maybe you could comment on that.
I don't think you can have fewer solutions per se. I think you're always having to identify, as your business changes, where the risks are from your network side, from your system side. And I think most businesses, of course, are always evolving, whether you're a B2B or you're a B2C, and therefore your risks are always evolving, and therefore you always need to be considering different kinds of solutions. Typically people didn't look much at their network. But then nowadays we find that software-defined WAN, for example, is becoming a much more popular issue. If you look at things around backup and preventing ransomware, I think there's specialists in that space. The ransomware solution is quite different to a normal cloud backup solution. If you're going to be looking at air gaps and local storage and hybrid solutions and things as well. I think what's probably quite key is to try to systematize things as much as possible. Potentially taking people out of the loop as much as possible, but also meaning they don't have to think through things, right? Things happen automatically in this logical process, a logical framework. And for us, we try to implement everything through systems rather than through emails or through approvals or through people. And I think that's also critical with protection, through having a lot of inbuilt systems, inbuilt alarms and things as much as possible. Sometimes we also have to just adapt the business based on risks. I know that some of our business units just refuse business from certain potential customers. Like some of our cloud business stopped working with certain businesses that they thought were high risk. So if our cloud business is hosting other businesses and those businesses are in turn could be using our cloud to attack other people, we of course don't want to be part of that. Or they could be very vulnerable themselves to being attacked. And some businesses are in gray zones, around gambling and other aspects around that. So we have to be also very careful about what customers you want to work with. And sometimes, as I said earlier, we don't release certain products. We also don't sometimes work with certain customers if potentially the risk of something that you can't control that would affect your business, legal liability, reputation liability, and things as well. I think that's also worth considering. So much of the legislation nowadays in both cybersecurity and data protection affects everybody in the value chain. You may not be directly responsible, but you could be indirectly responsible, and therefore it's something that we have to be very, very careful about. And so the other thing I wanted to mention, I think, is a critical aspect of maintenance and support. We have about 400 people in our Kenya office. We've been here over 26 years. So for us, we think it's something we're always going to be here. We always have people on call 24/7 physically as well as people remotely. I think that's really important to be able to respond very, very quickly when there's any issues that come up. And I think that's quite important rather than having to be reliant on people that are not based locally or not able to respond quickly or don't know the local legal context and local ecosystem. So I think that's also quite important. So maybe I just end there for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. There's something you've mentioned about the many products, the different use cases. The fact that now that has necessitated you to have, over 400 employees in your Kenyan office. That's a huge number, and that must mean you're very busy. So, Gary, you are our dependable company to help us our cloud installations. And one of the things that has, for the companies that offer cloud services or services on the cloud, sometimes customer support tends to be a pain. Is there any plan for Fortinet to come closer to these markets, to the African market, to the Kenyan market? What is the plan around that as you close for this session?
Yeah, great question. And again, I think we need to distinguish between cloud services in a sense of offering cloud services and then protecting cloud services. But Fortinet's got an absolute dual strategy when it comes to deploying new services on the continent. So what we're also finding from a trend perspective is customers are no longer necessarily wanting to manage their own infrastructure or own capabilities because of the overhead that comes with it from a people and process perspective. So when it comes to deploying services on the continent, we make use of our own infrastructure for certain cloud-based services, as well as partnering with the hyperscalers that have got deployments on the continent, like an AWS and Azure or GCP, in order to bring those services closer to the users, as well as provide data sovereignty challenges or solving those data sovereignty challenges that persist on the African continent. So I think it's an exciting time. I think there's going to be huge investment, not only from Fortinet, but from multiple different vendors on the continent with this digital expansion that we're seeing on the African continent. And I think Kenya is very well positioned with a lot of skill sitting locally, and we've been super impressed by the conversations that we've had this week. So I expect big things from Kenya and hope to be back soon.
Thank you, Gary. Important points where we need to separate between offering cloud services and securing cloud services. And actually, earlier you had mentioned that organizations are moving at a very fast pace to roll out new solutions, trying to be responsive to customers' needs. And that will obviously mean, adopting new technology, innovating around the technology they have, changing their processes. And, Naledi, I'm saying there's no, I'm not leaving you the last one on purpose. It's just to, we always save the best for last. So as organizations are evolving real quick, trying to keep up with customer expectations and demands, what is the biggest challenge you have seen in terms of building a cyber-aware culture in those same organizations? Very fast-paced, everyone is rushing to deploy something to beat their competitor, and you, on the other hand, are trying to make sure that they are cyber-aware. What is the biggest challenge as you close? Thank you.
So the biggest challenge, I think I don't know if it's the biggest, to be honest. I'll mention two briefly, is the misconception that we expect the technology to do everything for us. And that's why we do what we do. That's not the case. We do need that additional layer of us as people to be able to come in and jump in and see where there are gaps in our technologies. We are that defensive line as well to protect our organizations. And secondly, I want to say that the misconception again that awareness training or building a human risk management platform or building the human firewall is only applicable for your organizations. And the way in which we've also structured a few of our topics is also for people that have homes with kids and parents and family members, that you can actually start practicing the learnings you get through a cyber awareness training platform and take it home. Teach your kids about online safety and cyberbullying and things like that, because we cover those topics. And through that element is when we also, our content team developed a whole entire offering just for students and young kids, where organizations like institutions, varsities, high schools are able to then also utilize our platform to teach their scholars around safety of being online. So the thought that, oh, I just need to do this training just to get it off my back, my manager's gonna come and, no. The training that we offer is stuff that you can apply in your daily lives, and that will also help you in your own personal lives. Because how many of us get SMSs till today where they say your parcel is being tracked, click here to change your address or whatever the case is. So social engineering happens on a daily basis in our personal lives and our personal capacities, and I encourage everyone to really tap into the training that they are getting and actually use it and apply it, take it home to also help build that cyber resilience at home with your kids, with your family. And yeah, I think being here with Safaricom, they are one of our largest integrators or resellers in the Kenyan market. So closing off, I just want to say, let's continue working together with everybody that's in this room and, to help build that culture, that security culture that really starts with every single one of us that are sitting here. Thank you for having us.
Wow, thank you all very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Plenty of insights, powering progress, securing growth. It's interesting that, I came in here thinking of how we are going to secure our businesses. And much as that has been answered, they have also taken their time to tell us how we can secure ourselves, our loved ones. And so, again, there seems to be a very gray area in terms of security, in terms of personal and organizational. So the security or the hygiene of our systems should also apply in our personal lives. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over back to the MC of the day. Thank you.
All right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to appreciate Naledi Setapelo. She's a Strategic Partner Alliances Manager, Africa, no before. Adam Lane, he is the Director for Policy and Partnerships from Huawei. Gary Peel, Business Development Manager, Africa Cloud at Fortinet. Sam Oching, the Head of Cybersecurity at Safaricom PLC. And our well-able, exceptional moderator, Eric Mugos, Senior Manager, Ethics and Compliance at Safaricom PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. We'll ask them just to step forward for a group photo, then we can be able to proceed from there. Balance is important with the great African smiles. Let's appreciate them one more time. Thank you very much to the moderator and also for the panel. Our partners, we appreciate your support and input. At this particular point in time, just before we break, we would like to give an opportunity to our Director, Enterprise Solutions, Wholesale and Carrier Kenya here at Safaricom PLC, Mr. Bernard Muteti. Mr. Bernard Muteti, let's appreciate Mr. Muteti as he comes forward to give us a few remarks, and then we can be able to proceed from there. Welcome, Mr. Muteti. Glad to have you here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ian. Our PS, his seat is still there. Engineer Tanui, CBS, customers, Safaricom colleagues, all in one room. Allow me to stand on the already established protocols. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Muteti. I represent Safaricom Business, taking care of businesses of all sizes, whether small, medium, large, government, or even global organizations, as well as carriers. Let me first align with the previous speakers and take this opportunity to thank you, our customers, who have continued to patronize us for the last 25 years, trusting us with your communication needs. We are truly humbled by your support, and we are so glad that you could join us. This is our third installment of our annual Cybersecurity Summit, bringing together organizations to discuss topical issues about how we can build resilient and future-fit businesses. Kenya is digitizing fast. We are digitizing for scale. We are also digitizing for growth. As the PS said this morning, Kenya is truly the nerve center to the region and to a large extent to the African continent. We have over 6 undersea cable landings in the shores of Mombasa, bringing future-proof capacity to the country and to the region, and powering consumers, communities, businesses, and governments. This includes the 2 Africa cable, which is the largest undersea project in the world, connecting 26 countries across Africa, Middle East, and Europe, and estimated to reach over 3 billion people, which is about 36% of the global population. At least 3 more cable landings are expected by 2030, including the Daraja undersea cable that Safaricom will be landing in Mombasa next year, working in partnership with Meta. In our workplaces, the pace of change has accelerated. Digital competition is on the uptick, and customer expectations have evolved. Big data, AI, analytics, and cybersecurity are no longer buzzwords. Indeed, real-time data on customers, competitors, and supply chains has become a non-negotiable. The need to digitize is urgent so that we can operate in this intelligent and digital era. In many ways, it is a strategic priority. And as we automate, and many of the speakers have said it, the surface area for cyber attacks and threats does expand. Now, I am a lover of African literature. And if you read the book Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe, you'll come across a small bird called Eneke. And this is what Eneke said. Eneke said, since man has learned how to shoot without missing, the bird has also learned how to fly without perching. And this is the reality that we operate in this digital era. The need for us to be extremely agile and innovative in hardening our environments, defense in depth, secure by design. What's our commitment? Safaricom Business will work and walk this journey with you, offering a full bouquet of solutions from mobility, connectivity, and financial services, which we call our Connect layer, to security services across network solutions, firewalls, endpoint protection, which we call our Secure pillar, to enablement through cloud-based solutions, whether productivity tools or storage, which we call our Enable layer, and finally to building bespoke transformational solutions where we integrate the different technologies and solutions across connectivity, cloud, security, applications, big data, IoT, and AI to deliver full stack infrastructure and integrated solutions to our customers as you digitize, which we call our Transform layer. We will listen. You can trust us. In closing, I wish to thank our partners who have joined us this year, NetScout, Fortinet, Huawei, and KnowBe4, and for helping us to make this summit a success. To our customers, and even as we look forward to the afternoon sessions, we enjoyed putting this event together as much as we have enjoyed hosting you today. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, here is to powering progress and securing growth. God bless you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bernard Muteti, for those powerful remarks. Absolutely appreciate your leadership and also how we are being a step ahead when it comes to being resilient. And appreciating your quote also reminded me of a quote by Mike Tyson, who said that everyone who has a plan, we all have a plan until we get punched in the face. So regardless of our plan, we have to also stay a step ahead. So ladies and gentlemen, just before we break for lunch, I want to give you guidance on the breakout sessions that we are going to be having in the afternoon. So right here in the main hall, we are going to be having the breakout session by Safaricom. That is on the hands-on fundamentals, a practical session on penetration, testing, and also defense strategies. And the second breakout that is going to be led by Huawei. So I will just pick it through as we show it on screen. This is going to be architecting cyber resilience networks and also applications while leveraging on automation to detect vulnerabilities. This is going to be at Zambezi 1, which is located on the 5th floor of this particular building. So you can be able to access it through the lobby, and the lift will take you to the 5th floor. The third breakout is going to be by Nobi 4, Redefining Human Risk. And that one is going to be on the 4th floor, Baobab 1. Again, through the lobby, you will be able to get access to that. Then our next breakout session, that is the breakout 4, that is going to be done by Fortinet on securing data everywhere. That one is going to be happening at Turkana 4. That is going to be on the 3rd floor. Again, you can be able to access it. Please use the lifts also on my left or on my right. So those are the main breakout sessions that are going to be there. And the final one is going to be done by NetScout. That's the 5th breakout session. The topic is going to be on the business DDoS, ransom retaliation, and also underground economy. This is going to take place on the 3rd floor, and it's going to be at Almasi 1. Almasi 1. So we'll try as much as possible to appraise you on that kind of information. But even as we break for lunch, we shall still reconvene here, when then we'll just have a virtual appreciation of our partners and also appreciate their value proposition. Then our lunch is going to be at Baluba restaurant. That is going to be on the 2nd floor, all right? So enjoy your lunch, but even before we break off, I'm informed that Safaricom staff, we have been informed that we remain behind for a briefing. And the briefing is going to be done by Stephanie Mwenga. So even as we break for lunch, Safaricom staff, we're kindly requesting that you remain behind. And then we'll have Stephanie Mwenga come in to speak to us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch, and then we shall reconvene in exactly 1 hour. That is going to be at 2:05, and then we can have a small session here and have our breakout sessions. To our online audience, thank you for engaging us. Please keep the comments coming, and we are glad and honored to have you here. Thank you. Our delegates, enjoy your lunch. And also, even as you enjoy your lunch, make sure that you can pass by the booths of our partners and have a discussion with them and build a partnership that is going to go beyond these 4 walls. Thanks again, and as they say in Swahili, asante sana. Enjoy your lunch. Safaricom staff, kindly remain here. Thank you.
The days were slow, the nights divine. I still
We're glad and honored to have you here. I believe that we were able to enjoy our break. At this point in time, this is also predominantly for our online delegates to have an appreciation of our partners. We want to give you that visibility, and my colleague Stacy Kerian is right there at the booths with them, but also the delegates on the floor will have the same visibility. So we'd like to switch it to Stacy Kerian, who is currently with our partners, Safaricom Business, Nobi4, NetScout, Huawei, and also our platinum partner, Fortinet.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session. Yes, my name is Stacey Karan, and we are here at the exhibition floor, ready to showcase to you what our incredible partners have in store for us. I'm here now at the first booth, that is Fortinet, here with
John Gishohi. Hi everyone, my name is John Gishohi. I'm the team lead for system engineers at Fortinet East Africa. I want to welcome you to the Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit 2025, where Fortinet is one of the sponsors of the event. So Fortinet is a global cybersecurity company offering end-to-end cybersecurity solutions. So we assist our customers cover all their cybersecurity needs from the endpoint all the way to the cloud. So feel free to come and visit our booth. We've got subject matter experts around network security, around secure access service edge, around SecOps, and even cloud. So feel free to reach out to us, come to our booth, visit our booth, let's discuss cybersecurity. So we have been in the market for over 10 years in East Africa, and we have had the privilege to work with a lot of customers to be part of their cybersecurity journey. So again, I reach out to all of you, visit our booth. It's the first booth here at Fortinet booth, and we are looking forward to having that engagement on cybersecurity.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much, John. And moving on swiftly, I think we can get the next booth. Yes, so we're here at our second booth. This is the Huawei booth. I can see some of our customers are already here, getting some insights to know about what type of solution and technologies they have in store for us. So I'll just have someone just introduce to us. Sorry, hi. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you have in store for us today at the booth.
Okay, all right. So my name is Lim Han Chen. I'm actually from Huawei and from Malaysia as well. So mainly responsible for the fixed network, datacom part, FTTX, and the transmission part as well here. So basically, based on the setup that we have today, actually, it's just to take you through. Like the one that we have actually is more towards how do we actually provide a more secure network here, based on the three scenarios. The first one is the campus, the branches, and even for the data center itself here. Because before, I think we have a concept like SD1 is only providing the connectivity amongst the enterprise and the SOHO enterprise customers as well here. So now we are taking it one notch higher. How do we make use of the security services here as value-added services here, so that the Safaricom, for example, can monetize it and to provide more values back to the customer itself here. So basically, the one that we have today is actually to talk about how do we actually provide the secure connectivity. On top of the connectivity, how do we provide a full-fledged connectivity between branches or even in the data centers or even in the campus Wi-Fi itself. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I can see how the screen has a very interactive dashboard. Thank you so much. So please make your way. Next, we will go to our third booth, and that is NetScout. Let's get to hear what they have in store for us. Yes, thank you so much. So please tell us your name and what you have in store for us on the booth.
Well, my name is Martin. I work at NetScout. NetScout is a partner with Safaricom on terms of security and providing mitigation controls across their vast network. We are offering to Safaricom's clients the capacity of understanding what mitigation looks like with regards to DDoS mitigation and other security threats that happen in the country. So what we are offering to this session today is an understanding of what those threat matrices look like, the challenges that this market faces with regards to those kind of challenges, and how best to mitigate or how best to work with your service provider to provide mitigation, as well as understanding within your own ecosystem how to adopt a secure, positive environment.
Hey, wow, that's fantastic. So when you talk about the threats, is it possible for you to give a live demo?
Not at this stage because threats are very dynamic. DDoS mitigation doesn't just happen because we have a list of threats to look at. DDoS mitigation is prioritizing first denial of service, flooding your pipes and making it impossible to work in essence. If you were to demonstrate that right now, the entire session will be down because we'll have flooded the networks. But we provide tools to stop that. And that's not easy to demonstrate at this stage unless you prepare it. Then there's also the capacity variance where we are also adding on the intelligence of what the threats look like and what they are trying to do in your network. And that is also something you don't just simulate instantly. You have to profile and pull it in. And that's why we work with service providers for this, because they have a very vast network and their security demands are much bigger and more dynamic. We work with them to build and profile those kind of requirements and mitigation tools, then come down to the rest of the enterprise, the rest of the market, or their customers in this case, to show them what is possible in collaboration with Safaricom, and what is possible when they work with us to now build out the rest of their ecosystem, because not one threat looks the same everywhere. It is just for that environment.
Fantastic, Martin. Thank you so much. Moving on swiftly to the next booth, we have Know Before. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you have in store for us today.
Sure. Hey, should I use the mic? Oh, hi, my name's Naledi Sitlapelo. I'm a Partner Alliance Manager at Know4. I am here with my colleague, but I cannot seem to find him. So I'll just kind of brief you on why we're here. We are one of Safaricom's partners in the cybersecurity space. What we do at Know4 is pretty simple. We help you with human risk management. So we are here to enable your users to help them stay aware of the ever-evolving threats in the landscape out here in cybersecurity. And we do that also by doing other platforms such as we power our platform with AI defense agents. We've got real-time coaching agents that help to, help your users when they do some risky behaviors online in real time. And we're super excited to be here today to share with not only Safaricom's massive team, but their entire client base on who Know4 is and how we can help them in their human risk journey. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you so much, Naledi. It's such a pleasure. And now, last but certainly not least, our very own Safaricom business. Please introduce yourself. Tell us what we have. I can see we have not one, but 3 very interactive screens here. So tell us what you have.
Good afternoon, everyone. Victor Nzelimo is my name from Technology Enterprise Services. Today, we are showcasing 3 key solutions that we are covering. Number 1, we are covering an AI-powered contact center solution where we do your end-to-end contact center services all the way from registration, support, ticketing with an AI assistant. And AI is always the buzzword. And we are showcasing that capability of how we can improve your support services. On the second part, we are covering campus Wi-Fi. Campus Wi-Fi is basically how you can protect your Wi-Fi environment throughout your campus. And as I was joking to someone, when we talk about campus Wi-Fi, it's not a school campus, but rather your campus as an environment. So your entire working environment, your work area, all the way from your boardroom to your reception services, and how you can secure and integrate it, including getting analytics and insights. And then finally, in terms of connectivity and cybersecurity, we are working towards an SD-WAN, and where SD-WAN is about interconnectivity of your various work environments. So we all have a HQ, different branches, different remote working, with SD-WAN, we are working towards the modernized SD-WAN connectivity where all your branches integrate into one ecosystem. Yeah. Wallace, you can cover more in terms of any of the other three solutions.
Thank you, Victor. So once again, good afternoon. My name is Wallace Sinzore. And even as we are focusing as Safaricom on powering progress and securing growth, we are looking at solutions which are both easy to deploy, but also have an underlying security fabric, which gives our partners and customers the peace of mind to be able to adopt technologies easily, but in a way which is future-proof, scalable, and has the assurance that Safaricom will be there to walk the journey with you from start till stop. So even, for example, as we're talking about our AI-powered contact center solution, it's able to support diverse platforms. It's able to support various use cases for your contact center needs, but also with AI capabilities, we're providing predictive analytics in addition to ease of maintenance and ease of deployment for such a service. And again, as Victor mentioned, when it comes to campus Wi-Fi, it is both able to address demanding bandwidth needs, but also offer a guaranteed secured connectivity in addition to being scalable across many branches, various use cases, be it in the healthcare industry, large enterprise industry, or public sector industries. So with that, I'll return it back to Stacy. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Wallace and Victor. Indeed, we continue to power progress and secure growth. Back to you, Ian.
Right. Thank you for that, Stacy, Kerian. You've done a fantastic job taking us through our partners and also getting a glimpse of the value proposition that they have, predominantly for our online delegates. I believe you were able to appreciate that. At this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to now head out for our breakout sessions. And now for these particular breakouts, as earlier mentioned, I'd like to just make sure that I can be able to give you a brief on where we are going to be at the main hall. This is going to be the main hall where we are going to have the Safaricom breakout, and it's going to be on hands-on hacking fundamentals, a practical session on penetration testing and also defense strategies. The second breakout that is going to be done by Huawei, that is on architecting cyber resilience networks and applications. And this is going to be at Zambezi 1. Zambezi 1 is on the 5th floor of this building. You can be able to access it through the lobbies. The third breakout session is going to be by Nobi 4, and that is redefining human risk, leveraging AI, and also measuring transformation effectiveness. This breakout is going to be on the 4th floor at Baobab 1. The next breakout, that is breakout 4, is going to be done by our platinum sponsors, Fortinet, and it's on securing data everywhere. This is going to be at Turkana 4 on the 3rd floor of this particular building. And the last one is going to be by, breakout 5 is going to be by NetScout. The topic of discussion is the business of DDoS ransomware, retaliation, and also underground economy. This is going to be on the 3rd floor, and the room is Almasi 1. We want to maximize the time that has been allocated, and we want to use that exactly 1 hour from now, all right? So I believe we can be able to transition. We confirmed that the rooms are ready. Make sure that you can interact with the particular speakers who are going to be there. Make sure that you get as many learners as possible. The main reason of these particular breakout sessions is to make sure that we can be able to have a more intimate engagement, all right? Delegates on the floor, enjoy as we transition. Make sure that we can be able to derive the most out of the breakout. And as we say in Swahili, karibu sana and enjoy your breakout. See you at exactly 3:30 p.m. We reconvene back here. Thank you. right, we are kindly requesting that we transition as quickly as possible so that we can be able to maximize the time that has been allocated. We need to reconvene back here at exactly 3:30. Thank you very much.
they can be used by both those who are on the offensive or who are attacking the organization. But also as an organization, you can use it to protect yourself. At the very end, we'll just go through a few steps that will help you know how you can better protect yourself. So the cyber kill chain consists of 7 stages that we'll be going through this afternoon. The first stage is called reconnaissance. So reconnaissance tells us, enables you as an attacker. This presentation will take the approach of someone who is attacking your organization. The aim of doing a reconnaissance is for the person to better understand your target. Let's assume, like in the morning, we saw the presentation of besha.co.ke, which was an application, a loan application that users can log in. So you want to understand who is my target, how do they operate, what sites do they have, what places do they have, are they on social media, are they on other platforms that probably they share information, look for data, or look for assistance. So the good thing with doing reconnaissance, it helps you narrow down your target. Probably you are targeting Safaricom as an organization, but after doing a good reconnaissance, you realize they have a department called Cybersecurity. So you may be interested in targeting the people that work under that organization, so that under that department in that organization, to just narrow down your scope of work. So for use case, a worker is using LinkedIn to identify employees for this target organization. So they can scan the website, probably look at pages like contacts. I'm sure sometimes we leave our contacts there. Could be personal, could be for the organization. And also they can understand the platform, probably from us a login page, which means there's a username and password assigned to users that they use for login. Some of the tools that we can use, tools like the Harvester, ReconNG, which I think when we'll be doing the presentation, we have a look at them. So this is the first step. Once you understand your target, now you move on to the next steps that will enable you narrow down on the target that you've gotten. The next step is weaponization. Weaponization is now, once I've understood who is my target. My target is this employee, HR employee. So I want to access or perform an attack on this person. For our use case, we'll simulate a phishing link, which is one of the easiest or one of the commonmost ways that organizations get infiltrated as the first entry point. So for our case, we'll form a phishing link, which will form a weapon. And the reason the weapon is usually determined by what you did for reconnaissance. If, for instance, we realized that this organization has servers which are exposed, and these servers are probably not secured, so probably our payload will be tailored towards that perspective. We'll form something that is tailored towards the information that we got from the reconnaissance. For our case, because it's an HR employee, we'll use a phishing link, which will clone a login page. Again, information that we got from our reconnaissance. So this login page will prompt this HR person to provide their username and password, thinking probably they're going to log in to a platform, but at that point, we'll be able to have captured those logins. The tool that we use for this step is called SC Toolkit. SC Toolkit is social engineering toolkit that we'll use to create the phishing link, we use to create the listener, and also to collect the credentials that are of interest to us. Once you are done with doing weaponization, now you want to do delivery. So once you've developed your weapon, you want to deliver it to your target. Your target, you want to deliver it in a way in which the target will easily access it and will easily either execute, click on it, or interact with your weapon that you created. So
For delivery, we've already established your target. You've done the weapon. Now, for our case, we'll use an email that we collected on social media. So we'll send our target a social media message that has the phishing link. Once they click on the phishing link, we'll be able to obtain that information. So the trick for delivery, because the delivery is like the most critical part. If you don't get it, you will not be able to proceed with other steps. So you need to curate your delivery mechanism in a manner that this person will not doubt. I'm sure some of us have gotten messages like your social media or your Instagram password expired, you need to update, or we changed our Microsoft terms, licensing terms, or our policies, and you need to update your credentials. So most of the delivery mechanisms are meant to create either fear or create panic, anxiety. Probably it's something that you are used to or you're expecting. Could be either it's end month and you expect your salary coming in. So an email will come in saying that your salary is being delayed, or you've changed, you need to update your account details and such information. So delivery is important so that this person, first of all, is able to see your the payload that you created, and they're able to interact with it. Again, we'll use the same tool, the social engineering toolkit, that we were to simulate that step. Once we've done the delivery, now is exploitation. Exploitation, we've already delivered our payload or our phishing link to the target. So we want the user to interact with it and obtain the information that we need. In the morning, I think you saw my colleagues presenting a reverse shell. So for this part, we want to use our phishing link, and our target is to obtain the credentials. In the morning, we were using a malicious access point, which we're able to sniff and see the credentials of the users as they log in. We're able to intercept and see the traffic. But for this case, we'll use a phishing link, which will now be able to get the same information. So it's the same process, but for this case, we are targeting the user. As I mentioned earlier, the delivery has to be important. So for us, our use case, we are trying to prompt this person to think that they are registering for a summit, which we'll see again during the demo, so that they will be easily prompted to provide this information. If, for instance, you send an email like you've won an iPhone, I'm sure if you look on your emails, on your spam, you'll see such messages that you've won an iPhone, or you've won a MacBook, or you've won a car, and you need to click here to process. So such information, probably you already are aware of it. So you are less likely to click on it. But if you have something curated to your interest, I'm sure there's some people who wanted to be in this conference, but they did not get the opportunity either to register or not. So if we were to do a link right now and telling them that we've extended this summit to day 2 tomorrow, and if you're interested in coming up, please click here to register your details. So probably most people will be tempted to deliver, to interact with it. So again, we're going to use the same tool, the social engineering toolkit, which will go to harvest our users, our target's credentials. Then once you've done the exploitation, now you want to interact with the system. You've already gotten initial access point. You now want to install either your malware or have a way in which you can interact with the system. The target of installation is to maintain access to the system. Probably, as Eric mentioned, my colleague mentioned in the morning, as an attacker, you're only interested in having your things work, having your process right only once. But once you get it right once, you want to ensure that you maintain that access. Probably that opening or vulnerability that had been left open, that loophole that was open, if whoever is monitoring or the defense team is monitoring, they may close it on time. So which means you will not come back again using the same mechanism. So you need to maintain your access. How you can do this, you can install a remote access Trojan. A remote access Trojan is a way to ensure that you'll always be able to call back or interact with your target organization to ensure that in case probably the person closes down their laptop, you'll be able to, once they open their laptop and begin their day-to-day activities, if you've done your installation probably, it will be able to reconnect back to the server or your listening, where you set up your listener. Tools that you can use for doing this include tools like Meterpreter or Cobalt Strike. So once we've done with the installation process, we want to access, control this target. In the morning, we saw the demonstration of a camera being turned on. So that's just an example of what you can do. But there's so much more that you can achieve once you've set up your command and control. So command and control is aimed at ensuring that you communicate properly. Communicating properly could be accessing the various files on the target system. It could be listening in, so turning on the microphone or the camera. Could be adding more payloads or more exploits to either escalate your privileges and such. So this is meant to just ensure that you have full control over your target and what you want to interact with. Our case again, a typical use case, we'll just try to take control of the HR system that we have been working on from the beginning. Some of the tools that we can use include Metasplit again and Cobalt Strike. So these will enable us, rather than going through the whole process again, doing reconnaissance, developing your EPON, delivering, installing, and such. So command and control will just give you that central view to ensure you're able to interact with the various aspects of the platform. So the last step, once you've done your command and control, the aim of any attack or any person trying to infiltrate your organization is they have an objective. The objective could be, I want to transfer information, I want to exfiltrate private information of the people in that organization, I want to get as much information as I want. So there's always the target or the objective of this person. So step 7 is now you've already set up your whole environment, you have access, you can control it. So you want to now action on objectives. There are some people whose objective is just to monitor, just want to log in and see what you guys are doing. Probably listen to your conversations, read your emails, see as an organization probably what contracts are you signing, what business are you looking to venture into in the future, and such information will help the attacker to either align themselves with the organization's objectives, align themselves with what the organization intends to do in the future. So it's not always that the aim of an attack is to obtain information like data or obtain information like payrolls, still. Sometimes it's just want to understand what is going on. Probably you have a weakness in the monitoring tool that you're using. So they'll be able to see what are your weaknesses, what are your loopholes, so that when they come to pitch to you as an organization, you already know what you need. You already know what your problems are. So it's easy for you to relate to them because they are speaking your language. So those are the steps that a cyber kill chain goes through. From step 1, which was reconnaissance, then doing the weaponization, then you deliver the payload, the weapon, and then after that you install, then you do command and control, and then finally you do the actions or what you intended to do as a target. So before we go to the demo, I'm sure you want to know what can I do? I mean, the objective of us here or security is not so much on the offensive, but you want to know as an organization, what can I do to protect myself if I'm able to pick anything on this 7 steps. So we have some of the defense strategies that you can emulate as an organization, which goes through the various steps. So for reconnaissance, you can do monitoring or you can do threat intelligence. Monitoring ensures that you are understanding what's going on in the organization. If someone is trying to scan your assets or someone is trying to understand what is going on in an organization, you have these monitoring tools. So these may not necessarily stop the person from achieving what they want to do, but it will help you know what are the potential attack vectors that may be exploited. If you realize they are probably scanning port 22 so much on your network to see if it's open, then you need to ensure that you've securely protected that port 22 and ensuring that anyone who needs remote access to your assets, they have been properly protected. Weaponization, which was the second stage, how you can mitigate against that. You can have a sandboxing or file scanning environment, which this basically means if you have an email client, let's say Microsoft or Google, before an attachment is delivered to the mailbox of your staff, you have a sandbox where it's scanned for any malware or for anything that is probably potentially harmful. And then before it's delivered, if it's something harmful, it's blocked and it's not delivered. If you have a Google account, this is something that also configured on their email functionality. If they suspect the attachment is malicious or anything, they'll give you a prompt or they'll give you an error that either we suspect this thing is suspicious, or if the file is too big, tell you that you are not able to scan this image for any viruses or anything malicious. On delivery, we can implement a few mechanisms. You can do email filtering, you can do user training, so that users are aware of what is going on. In the morning, it was mentioned that humans are the weakest link, but again, humans are your strongest point if you look at it from the other perspective, which means if your users are properly trained, properly equipped, they will be able to protect you before even our tools, the tools that are coming into play. If, for instance, a user is able to decipher or to detect a phishing link, they'll not click on it, which means even if you have tools to protect against phishing, they don't have to come in because the user has not prompted or interacted with what the intention was. For exploitation looks at loopholes. What are the loopholes on your organizations? Are you running on the latest updates? Are you running on the latest patches? Are you running on the latest, have you done the latest secure configuration? So having a proper patch management process will enable you not to be taken advantage of or exploited in the event the first three steps are successful. And then on insulation, we can have endpoint detection and response solutions, which will detect anything unusual, anything that you are not expecting to be running on your system. These will be able to flag it, and you'll be able to see what are the potential malwares, or what don't you activate on your system that is running on the solution. And of course, the endpoint and response solutions will sync in with having a SOC, people that monitor, because again, it will be meaningless if you are able to see the information 1 week later. Probably the objectives have already been actioned on, and it won't help you much. For command and control, now you need to have a proper network detection system that will be able to detect anything that is not normal on the system. If you are running a bash script, probably someone who is working in a department that you don't anticipate them. Let's say you have an intern who has just joined today, and already the following day they have some bash scripts running or some shells running on their laptop. That will trigger you to investigate it further. And then lastly, as invite my colleague for the next session on action objectives. The main objective is of any attack is to exfiltrate information. So you can have a DLP, data loss prevention system, to protect you against your information being exfiltrated outside of your environment. And see on, should be on your bottom right, we have classification of documents. Classification of document enables you to have to know what to protect. So a DLP will run so well when we have data classification, and of course having a proper incident response in case worst comes to us and someone is successful, you'll be able to address that incident effectively. So we'll go to the demo. So just give me a minute as I set up. Okay, waiting for cable.
As we wait for David to set up the platform, I think we can take one or two questions about anything around cyber that's probably been showcased either from the first session or just what David has shown us.
Okay, my name is John Bosco. My question is in two parts. One, you have mentioned about the methods we can use to induce attack. and also how to prevent them. Now, how can you just show us how now the hacker can prevent himself so that he is not detected by any investigative institutions?
Okay. So yeah, so Davis will speak to the first part, I think what is spoken to around how to do the attacks. But definitely the other side, of course, as customers is how we can get to prevent those attacks. So after this demo, I think we'll just wrap it up to speak to, how we can make sure that you remain protected from such. Another question? So yeah, so as Ruben gets a question.
So hi everyone, my name is Eustace Moy from OnePhone. My question is about, on the first session you mentioned about database monitoring. How do you achieve that, and how do you balance between DB monitoring and performance in terms of when you're scrapping the metrics? Yeah.
Okay. So like Ruben mentioned in the morning, of course the ultimate goal of of doing an attack or carrying out such practices is to get access to something. And most times for organizations, it's access to the databases or data in those databases. And ideally, it means that for you to be able to effectively protect yourself against those attacks, then you need to put in place controls that allow you to have visibility into what's happening into databases. And specifically talking about databases, we need to leverage on the database activity monitoring tool, the DAM. And at the DAM level, so there are different ways or different levels for which you can, monitor at DAM level. Maybe specifically speak to about, the database manipulation commands, the DMLs, the DCLs, and the DDLs. So either you want to be able to monitor what users are doing. So for example, if I was Chris, from the previous presentation that we had, you saw there were entries or tables. So if I make any modification to a table, I'm at DAM level, you're supposed to be able to pick that up. The other part of doing it would be, the schemas that you have within your database. So you want to be able to make sure that if anybody alters the way you formatted or the way you deployed your schemas, you're able to pick that up. Or the other bit would be, you're supposed to be able to monitor when you do any alterations to the access system to the databases. So when you add a new user, when you delete a user, or when a user, over provision privileges for themselves, you're supposed to be able to catch that and bring that. But I think the other most important thing is to be able to anticipate what the users are doing. And in this age of AI and other machine learning capabilities, we're supposed to be having controls or tools that are able to baseline the normal behavior. So, for example, if you have a database, if you have a system that is connected to a database, you definitely know that if it's at night, then so and so is not able maybe to make these changes to their entries, or not able to be accessing this type of data. So if your tool is able to baseline that, then it means that in the event of any anomaly, then those behavioral changes in the way your system operates is able to be picked up. But I think the other, away from just I'm not really a fan of throwing tools to to problems. The other way is making sure that you optimize your tool to ideally speak to those requirements. So the way you do your policies, the way you pick your requirements for doing the policies become, certainly very important, just to make sure that, as those events stream in, your policies are set up in a way that they're able to, to pick up those mismatches. And then lastly, for the sense of doing DAM, you need to make sure that, for those database solutions that you're picking up, the integration between the DAM and the SIM is very seamless, so that the DAM really complements what the guys or the SOC guys are doing at SIM level. So whatever is picked at the DAM is able to be sent to the SIM, and there's a proper correlation to pick out such misalignments. Thank you. You done?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Apologies for the technical issue. So yeah, what you are seeing on your screen are two sections. I'll just take through what it means. So on your left, just shows a spoofed Google account login page. If you look carefully, there's something that looks fishy. Anyone who can see it? Yes, sir. It's an encrypted. That's one. The domain name. What's wrong with the domain name? Yeah. There's an extra O on the domain name. So as I mentioned in the earlier, delivery has to be so good that someone will not easily decipher what you're trying to do. So if you look at the domain name, it has an extra O. So if you're not careful, you'll be able to just click on it. And then on the right shows now our listener, which is listening for any credentials that will be entered on this fake or spoofed email. As you can see, we're just running on localhost so that we can just be on a controlled environment. So I'll just key in. Let's assume this person is called Brian. That's their username. And then that's their secure password that we are not able to see. So once they click sign in, see for the user, they just redirected to the normal Google page. So probably they'll think I've not provided the correct information or there's something wrong. So probably they'll go back and try logging in. And once they go back and try logging in, now they'll get the actual legitimate login page. But on the right, you've already obtained the information, the email and the username of this user. So this is just a way to show you to be extra careful, especially when you're looking at things coming in, either to your email or to your messages, just on the internet, to be careful so that you cannot be spoofed. So for purpose of this demo, we'll just show how these credentials, you can use it for further exploitation. And our case study is once we did our recon, we realized there's this user called Brian. We've already sent them the phishing email and we've already gotten the information. But already as part of our reconnaissance, we're able to access their Wi-Fi, which means we visited their offices, information that we got from our reconnaissance, and we already have access to an access point. Probably the access point was using a weak password, or we're able to crack the password, or he didn't have any password policy in place. And further information, I realized that this organization has a domain, and this user, as mentioned in the morning, we're just trying to, the thing with the exploitation, you're just trying things out. So you're not so sure what will work, but when it works, well and good for you. So my colleague will simulate a situation where we'll be able to use these credentials to log in to a domain, a computer that is running within the organization. Again, this is just a demo for purpose of demonstration. The tool that we'll be using is called NetExec. So it just enables you access Windows command line prompt and be able to interact with the Windows system as if you had logged into it. I think, yeah, we'll increase the font just a minute. So in case you have a question, you can be preparing it. We'll take maybe one or two at the very end. So this is what attackers will do when they have access to your system. So it's not so much different from what someone who is trying to defend the organization will do. If you probably add your monitoring setup, your EDR setup, your SOC setup, you'll be able to pick such information. If you're trying to run such scripts on any of your target system, then they'll be able to be picked up and be able to protect yourself as an organization. Again, we are still using the password that we got, which is also another good practice. In the morning, our chief corporate security officer mentioned how people use their year of birth as the M-Pesa PIN. So this is just another poor password policy. This person is using their password that they're using for logging into Google, the same password they're using logging in onto to their computer, which I'm pretty sure it's probably what some of us do. I'm pretty sure sometimes we reuse our passwords for various sites. And this is the beauty of doing a live demonstration. You see what goes right, what goes wrong, just mimics what goes on your day-to-day setup. I think Dana is trying to help us run the correct command. Okay. Dana, you can come. You can come and help us run the last command. Anyone with a question as Adams works on it? Or anything they want to get clarified? Yes, so we are ready, we are done. So we'll just now log in to access that computer, which is the one just seated next to us. Again, the beauty of doing a live demo is you get to see what goes wrong. I'm sure anyone who's worked in offensive security or such a system, these are some of the things that you face on a day-to-day basis. But we finally logged in. That's just a shell that we've been able to access the laptop on our left. And we can now do the other information that I mentioned. We can put more malware to exploit the system further. We can look at what files are on the system, change the directory, and access more information on the system. So once we've gotten the delivery, we can now proceed to do persistence, and finally getting as much information as we need to get from this user. So that marks the end of our presentation. If anyone has a question, we'll be able to pick one or two as we close up the session.
Hello, I'm Steve, and I had a question concerning the first presentation in the morning, whereby we had a client side, the server side, and then we had SIMs. So my question was, this SIMs, is it directly connected to the client or it's installed on the server side? And then the next question, on the infrastructure, we had an AP that was misconfigured. So assuming the AP is misconfigured, then the web app is running on HTTPS port 443, not port 80. So will the attacker or the man in the middle be able to obtain the same credentials or not?
Yeah. So I'll take the first question that sits on the architecture side. So the way monitoring works, it's supposed to be across all the levels, yeah, the OSI model levels, okay. And the essence of this is so that you're able to get your activities end to end. For example, if we did just up to layer 4, we'd ideally be just seeing the IPs coming in, but we'll not really know what those IPs are consuming. So from best practice, the way you're supposed to set up your environment, like Ruben mentioned in the morning, everything that you do regards the control. The way you do your controls should start from your design. So as you do your design, you should have an idea of how your applications are going to sit or how your systems are going to sit. And the essence of this is so that then you're able to do a proper threat model. All right. So when you do a proper threat model, it gives you indications into where you need to have your controls. And then once you realize, those gaps or possible gaps within your environment, then you also need to make sure that the controls that you put in place are able to give you visibility into those specific areas. For example, if you have an application that is exposed to users, if it's an internal application or if it's an external application, then you need to make sure that, so let's take, for example, an organization. For an organization, you have both internal facing systems and external facing systems. So that means that you ideally need to, if you've issued employees with tools that they need to work, for example, end devices like laptops, then these laptops are ideally going to be used within your network intranet or externally for the public facing endpoints. So it means even as you see it within your local network, you still have exposure that are coming from employees that are accessing workloads over the internet. So you really need to make sure that as you layer in your controls, you put them in such a place that they sort of cover your track right from where the user starts. And the users here means guys that are accessing the different applications, so the endpoints. So you need to do your endpoints properly to give you insights into what your users are using or what is running in those machines. And those events are still needs to be sent to the SIM for correlation. All right. And then at where you host your applications internally, because for example, the institution that you had in the morning, it's a financial institution. What that means that it's running that application internally, but that application is also exposed to users externally. So you also need to make sure that as people access those applications that sit internally, you also get to get events that speaks to what they're trying to access and how they're accessing it. Yeah. All right.
I'll speak into the second question, which is we had the client side, and the client side you had an encrypted channel, and we're able to sniffer the password. Now remember, that's just one way I can get your password. Now, I can get your password by doing social engineering, whereby you will easily give me that information. I can easily get this password. So some of us here, a majority of the people that we know, their WhatsApp has been hacked one way or another, okay? And then they gain access to your Gmail account. And most of us, what do we do nowadays? We save our passwords where? On Gmail. When that prompt comes, you want to save this password? You say yes. So from a Gmail profile only, I can get your probably your bank account password. Okay. Okay. Told to come here. So from a single, from your own Gmail account, you can easily get the passwords that you have saved. And I'm sure most of us have saved their passwords there. So it's just one way of gaining or getting passwords. Now, a note here. You had the client side. You also, as you can remember, we had also the server side. Were the guys able to access the DB? They were able to access the DB, and they were able to see the Gmail and also the password. So some of us, the passwords we use for the Gmail account is the same passwords we use for most of our accounts. So the password, I can get it from several sources. So I can sniff at this traffic. I can compromise your WhatsApp. I can get your Gmail. I can look at the configured passwords you have. I can access the system through a backdoor and get this. So it's not a single way of getting the password. Any question?
Thank you. I think that was well answered. Anyone else? All right. Thank you so much. I'll hand it back to our MC.
Great. Thank you to the Safaricom team. Please, let's appreciate them one more time. A job well done. I believe we were able to get the much needed value, and we were able just to keep it engaging. So at this particular point in time, we'll just wait for a few more minutes as the other breakout sessions are able to come and reconvene right here. Our target was to be back here at exactly 3:30, so I know in the next few minutes, we'll be able to have them back. To our online guests, we shall be able to engage with you shortly as we wait for the other breakout sessions to come to completion. Thank you. All right, this is for our delegates who are right outside the hall. Right outside the hall, we are kindly requesting that you come back in so that now we can be able to come to the very last part of the program. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Foot pressed on the gas, we chase the night, hoping this moment lasts till morning light. It never gets old, no, it never gets old with you. One chance, don't look back, oh no, it's like, ooh wow. Maybe I sound wrecked, but I know it's true. Only you can save me, come and save me. I said, hey love, let's let go. Can we take a flight? Carry me away, electrical, burning through the sky. Give me fire, I need it now that I found you. I said, hey love, let's let go. Can we take a ride? Can we take a ride? Can we take a
the program very, very shortly. Thank you so much for your patience, and we appreciate you. Thank you. And the beauty of a breakout session is that we are able to have a hands-on approach and also just take time to engage the various partners that are there. So thank you so much for our online delegates. We are glad and blessed to have you here. And we appreciate your patronage and also the comments that you've been sharing and chiming in conversations that we have been having. Before we can be able to come to the very last part of the program, we want to have a cyber security trivia. And at this particular point in time, we want to share the QR code for the cybersecurity trivia. And it's going to be done on Menti. So let's make sure that we can share that. Scan the QR code. We have some prizes for the first winners who are going to get this. So that is the QR code. For those who cannot be able to access the QR code, you can go to www.menti.com, and the code that you can enter is 8224737. Menti.com, enter code is 8224737. Let's see how many people are getting in so far. We already have 127 already in. Fantastic. Let's get in. This is the cyber security trivia, and we have fantastic prizes in store. 182 so far. And this one is based on speed, it's based on accuracy, and making sure that you can be able to quickly understand the question and also make sure that you can quickly answer it as well. All right. Okay, 243, 250. I'll just be looking at the technical team just to make sure if they can give me a thumbs up, and we are good to go. 270 already on board. This is quite the number, 279. We're loving the energy, we're loving the presence, the online presence on this particular platform. Job well done, 292. Such a good number, such a good number. Right, we are doing great. And we are good to go. So just make sure that you can be able to use a funky name if you want. All right. And you can pick your emoji and make sure that you come in. We're going to have, this is 10 questions that we're going to run. Questions that we are going to run. So far, we have 295 players who are ready. Get in with that funky name. Or get in with your own name. Still okay, still applies. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So what does the term social engineering refer to in cybersecurity? You have the options that are there. Creating complex algorithms, using software to automate tasks, manipulating individuals to gain confidential information. Over 270 answers already in, 228 already got it correctly. Fantastic, we're doing great. And let us see who the top contenders are. All right, Brian taking the lead, followed by JB, Co999, Babs, Step, Isaac. All right, fantastic. We're doing great. Going to the second question. Second questions, over 300 players in it. Great. When was Cybersecurity Awareness Month first celebrated? We all know the month, but when was it first celebrated? Look at that speed, over 154 answers already there, 230 already there. When was it first celebrated? 204, 201, or 206? Let's see which is the correct answer. Correct answer, October 204, 144 people got it absolutely correct. Job well done. We are doing great. All right, on the quiz leaderboard, let us see who is on top. That is Isaac, Pravin Chep, and fishing. That's nice. All right. It's a cybersecurity summit. Okay. Question number 3. Let us see how we do this. Does company size matter for a malicious actor wanting to attack? Let us see. Does company size matter? We already have close to 100 answers in. Right? And the quiz leaderboard, we're going with speed. So we're going with speed, all right? So with this one, we're just going to go as fast as possible. Okay? Because it seems it's being too easy. What's the name of the first cyber attack? First cyber attack, we're just doing this. All right, doing this quickly. You wanna cry, Paul Moll, Maurice Worm. And we are almost done with it. Over 280 people in there. Right, 133. Maurice Worm getting it correct. Okay, let's proceed. All right, Tony taking the lead, followed by Lynette. Casper is in there. All right, Fishing coming to the bottom. Job well done. All right, so question number 5. Okay, the faster you answer, if your phone battery drains fast and you didn't install anything new, what might be happening? What might be happening? Nasika Bambe. It might be happening. It's tired. It's in love. Spyware in running. Okay, Mercury retrograde. What is happening? Why? Spyware is running. 277 got it correctly. It's in love. No one was able to answer that. And Tony taking the lead, followed by Lynette and also Casper. Right. Question number 6. Who is winning these prizes? We have 5 prizes, I believe, to give away. 5, top 5. Okay, which protocol is secure for web browsing? All right, which protocol is secure for web browsing? This is an engineer and on a party. All right, which protocol is secure for web browsing? 300 people already in there. Okay. All right, and HTTPS, we have 274 people getting it correct. Job well done. Tony, and Lynette going head to head from the very beginning, and Casper following closely. So let's go to the next one and see question number 7. We already have 296 players who are ready. 296 players who are ready. Okay, let us see. What does the acronym DDoS stand for? All right. Dynamic data of service, direct denial of service, distributed denial of service. DDoS, what does it stand for? Oh my goodness, we already have 300 people in giving the answer. And let us see how well united. 196 getting it correctly. Very nice. Okay. And a quiz leader, we're looking at Tony and Lynette still going head to head, followed by Gilbert and Chep. Tony taking the lead, back to back. Let's go to the next one and see. Taking the lead. Question number 8 out of 10. Doing it as fast as possible. All right. What does the acronym VPN stand for? All right. VPN. VPN. Right. VPN. This one is this one. 296 people getting it correctly. All right. Someone who's vigilant protection of Nexus. 4 of them. All right. Okay. Let us see. Lynette taking the lead. Totally hurting the boy child. All right. We are hurting and we need our savior to come back on top. Question number 9. Let's go and see how it goes. Question number 9. What is a common risk associated with sharing personal information online? What is it? Okay. Let's get it as fast as possible. Get it in there so that we can be able to see who the winner is going to be. All right. Your speed matters. Your speed matters. As fast as possible. And we have 276 getting it. Identity theft. Getting it correctly. All right. Fantastic. Lynette still on top. Still on top. Job well done. All right. Job well done. Let's come to the final one. I believe we're the final one. Yes. Final one, final one. What is the purpose of two-factor authentication? This one should be 100 and 300 people getting it correctly, all right? Right, let's see how many people are getting in there. All right, we already have 300 answers in there. 300 answers in there, 271 getting it correctly. Protect unauthorized access by requiring additional verification. Job well done. Let's come to the leaderboard and see who the winners are. All right, at the very, very, very top. We're adding it, we're doing the tally. Lynette comes up as number one. Lynette, let's appreciate Lynette with a warm round of applause. Lynette, where are you? Lynette, where are you? Oh my God! Right here in front of us. Before you come, I'd like to call Mr. Bernard Muteti, if you'd be so kind as to come on stage. Is Mr. Bernard Muteti? Samu Cheng. Is Samu Cheng here? If you do us the honors. Lynette has been sitting here in front of us quietly, just learning and learning. Yes, Samu Cheng, if you'd be so kind as to come on stage to help us appreciate our winner. Our winner, congratulations, Lynette. She did a job well done on the cybersecurity trivia. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Lynette. Congratulations. Mr. Samu Chieng will just kindly request that you remain on stage. Let's see who the next winners are. Let's see who the next winners are. I believe we can be able just to do them gradually, just to make sure that... Lynette, all right? Gilbert. All right, Gilbert. All right. Oh, it's actually at the back. Gilbert, where are you? Gilbert, followed by Chep, followed by Husora. So where is Gilbert? Gilbert, are you here? Just wherever you are, just rise and wave at us. Or was he online? Gilbert, is he here? All right, so we can't see Gilbert. Do we move on and say that the number 2 comes to Chep? Okay, so Chep, is Chep here? Let's see if Chep is in the room. Chep. All right. She's not here. Quite interesting. All right. And Husora? Husora, where are you? Are you the one? Just wave to us if you're Husora. Yes, let's appreciate him as he comes forward. Let's appreciate him as he comes forward. Congratulations, Husora. Thank you for a job well done. Doing great, doing great. Thank you, Husora. Husora, congratulations. It's an East African custom to clap and applaud until they get on stage. All right, fantastic. Do we have Jupiter? Is Jupiter here? Jupiter, where are you? You're the one. Hey, let's appreciate Jupiter with a warm round of applause. Warm round of applause. Congratulations, Jupiter. Thank you for your speed and knowledge on cyber security. Thank you, Jupiter. Makofi ya Jupiter iko wapi? Right. Nesh, where are you? Nesh, where are you? Just wave at us, Nesh, if you're here. Nesh at the very back. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Nesh as he comes. Nesh as he comes. Congratulations, Nesh. Job well done. As definitely we celebrate the final one. Is Brad. Brad, where are you? Brad, where are you? Brad, you're the one. Let's appreciate Brad as he comes. Congratulations to all our winners in the cybersecurity trivia. We appreciate. Fantastic job, well done. All right. Thank you. Congratulations. And Brad, thank you for that. Totally appreciate you. Please kindly let's appreciate him one more time for a fantastic job well done. Thank you. And let's appreciate Mr. Sam Ochieng. Thank you for being here and representing the leadership so well. All right. Congratulations to all the winners. We appreciate each and every one of you, and also for our delegates participating in that particular trivia. At this particular point in time, I would like to call your attention to the screen.
The Service Operations Center works on a 24/7 basis. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, working in 2 shifts in a day to ensure that we have services monitored around the clock. This is something that we do through different automations that we have on the network that range from creating tickets automatically to alerting us via email and even SMSs on network outages across the network.
From the Service Operations Center, we provide the first-line assurance in matters service desk, incident management, event management, problem management, as well as service level management.
The Service Operations Center is built with scalability in mind. We adapt to the different needs of Safaricom business customers, and whether we have on-premise or off-premise or hybrid environments, we are scalable to the extent that we can match the customer need and be able to plug into their environment to give them service monitoring on a 24/7 basis.
We keep ensuring that the customer is comfortable with us and we are giving them the right products, and they keep becoming more affordable as we keep operating efficiently, ensuring that our energy costs are efficient, ensuring that we are always available, and ensuring that the tech capabilities they need in AI, in machine learning, in cloud computing are actually being availed to them.
The Service Operations Center acts as a partner for businesses, both small to medium and large enterprises. Now, this kind of partnership ensures that we respond to their incidents on time. Within 4 minutes, we're able to detect a fault on the network, and within 15 minutes, it has been escalated to the right channels and resolution is in progress. And so therefore, with such kind of partnership with our customers, we are able to guarantee businesses the high availability of up to 99.9% uptime. And therefore, we will be able to craft solutions that will give you more time to make money and leave the worrying of the services to us as Safaricom business.
Safaricom really supports data privacy. So for us to achieve this, we usually give access to people who normally support the customers, but we also make sure that you're not given something that is not within our scope. So the accesses are normally given on a need-to-know basis. And also to maximize on monitoring or also accessing of those records, the system normally keeps an activity log on the information that is being accessed on the system. How we impacted the customer experience, us as the first line support, we make sure that whatever they have promised the customers, it is achieved. If it is the time or also the product that they want to service to the customer, we make sure it is sorted within the shortest time possible. And in case of any issue, let's say system downtime, it should be communicated promptly to both the Safaricom business team and also the product owner or the stakeholders that we collaborate with.
To the Safaricom business customers out there is that we have the assurance, and we will provide you the assurance in matters Service Operations Center, be it first line troubleshooting, the monitoring and providing the reliability in form of availability, as well as end-to-end service management. with all the services that are coming on board.
Thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, we now want to bring this to a close. But even as we do that, we want to appreciate all our speakers, panelists, and all of you who joined us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this pivotal summit to a close, it is only fitting that we hear from the person who stands at the front lines of turning our dialogue into defense. This lady is the architect of the very vanguards we've been discussing this entire summit, and also orchestrating the 24/7 protection of our nation's digital heartbeat. Delegates on the floor, ladies and gentlemen, our online delegates, please give a warm, powerful round of applause as I invite on stage the manager, senior manager, managed service security services at Safaricom PLC, Fidis Nyamahonga, as she comes off to give us the final critical call to action. Welcome, Fidis. We're glad and honored to have you here. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I know you all think it's easy to stand here even when you've done it 3 times, but every time it's a new experience. Yeah. So first, thank you all for coming. In 2023, when we first premiered Cybersecurity Summit, our focus was to just create awareness. And like most summit, we would pick some of the things we need to change based on the experiences we are having in our workplaces, the engagements we are having with our customers who are seated here. And therefore, our focus shifted from just creating awareness to how then do we build and grow the capability within the IT resources in the different organizations. What does that mean? How do we enable people in IT to understand what cybersecurity is, to be able to choose the path they want to grow in knowledge and understanding, to move from being an associate to becoming professionals, to becoming experts, and of course, world-class masters in those skills. My manager, Sam, will tell you, we have individuals who've left Safaricom and gone to the multinationals, the Microsoft, the Googles, and they're performing really well, and they're Kenyans. We have Kenyans who are participating in the UK National Cybersecurity Intelligence Agency bug bounties, and they're being recognized even by the Queen and the King. We have people who participate in Microsoft bug bounty, and when you go online, you find them. And why? Because when you shift the narrative from just being a normal awareness to actually how do we create local talent who are able to innovate and build solutions that can be consumed locally and globally, you find that Africa and Kenya majorly, we have very good talent. Today, if you noticed, most of the presentations were done by the local skills. The young Gen Zs, I know they are known for a lot, but the other thing they are known for is they are in-depth in understanding, and not only Gen Zs, Gen Y, Gen Xs, who are majorly our managers. And therefore you find there's that need in this country, in this ecosystem, for people to have knowledge, to build, and to provide solutions for the ecosystem. Therefore, we encourage each other, even as you live here, to look at all the content that was presented today and see what more information do I need. Safaricom has an open door policy. If you want to visit to do benchmarking, we are open for you to come see how the MANESOC is operating. How do you do optimized network architecture reviews and designs? You get to do, how do you do penetration testing? And for individuals, if you're interested in penetration testing, we have program like Safaricom Bug Bounty that you can sign up. And this is a program that runs globally. So you're able to measure your skills, you're able to learn from each other, and you're able also to get income from other sources. The other thing, of course, is to echo what the speaker said, that employees are no longer our weakest link, but our important asset. What does this mean? Most of the IT resources know what the gaps the enterprises have. How do we enable them to build solutions, to speak up on the gaps we are having, and also as management to listen to these people and fix? Because most of the time when an incident happens, someone actually knew it happened. So how do we leverage on our employees? Of course, we have collective commitment for all of us to partner as businesses or professionals. How do we share intel? How do we support each other in our growth? There are several maturity index that our Safaricom business has created. If you want to transform, if you're on a digital transformation journey, if you're on a cybersecurity maturity journey, they're able to give you those assessments to evaluate your state, and of course, what are these milestones I need to achieve over a period of time to become mature, and of course, to be able to put threats at bay. Of course, not ignoring the small issues. Patching has been an issue even internally. We have seen how then do we improve our patching exercises, and automation is very key. We didn't have enough time to showcase how we are leveraging AI and machine learning, of course, to do automation, but automation has reduced some of our network vulnerability scanning to only 5 minutes, and you get a report of our ecosystem. So how can we also share that knowledge with you guys to be able to know what is happening in my network in less than 5 minutes? And to end, I just want to thank the Safaricom management, of course, led by our able CEO, Dr. Peter Ndegwa, the management, Mr. Nicholas Mulila, the Enterprise Business Unit Officer, Frank Okata, for making this event possible. We also want to thank our chief guest from the government, PS Engineer John Tanui, for the intel he's given us in terms of how many hours people spend online, 4+ hours. And so what content can we push to them? Of course, our partners, our able partners who are global, and we hope one day we'll have local firms listed here, having built cybersecurity products. So Fortinet, NetScout, Huawei, KnowBe4, and of course Safaricom Business, thank you for making this possible. No one had to pay a fee to come, and they have sat through the whole session, so thank you for giving. Of course, we want to thank the media, mainstream and both new, for just coming in to see what we are doing, and of course, championing the Kenyan story on what we are doing around digital transformation and the summit. Of course, our guests here and online, I may not be able to mention all the businesses represented, but I know banking sector, we have Equity, Coop Bank, KCB, the SACCOs, we have our client, long-time client, Harambe Sacco in the house. I know Safaricom Investment Cooperative was also here. I know Mwalimu Sacco sent some representative. I may not be able to mention all. We also recognize the fintechs, the health sector, AAR, the judiciary was also represented. We appreciate your presence, and all the enterprises. And anyone who's traveled from another region away from Nairobi, if you're from Nakuru, Naivasha, Greater Western, the coast, we appreciate you taking the time to just travel to be able to attend this session physically. All the presenters, the team at the side who have done presentations in the breakout room, I hope it was impactful, and also in the message, thank you. Our suppliers, especially Movenpick Hotel, I don't think anyone has had any incident or has not had a meal or has not been able to attend to themselves. They have all given us the facility and ensured we are comfortable. Define for the beautiful stage, the setup. Of course, EXP. I hope you loved the theme. Did you love the theme? Yes. Thank you. And of course, we have the deco by Kashmir. Thank you so much. We also want to thank our sign language interpreter, Hilda. So Safaricom is very keen promoting talent, and we start local. So Hilda is our staff, and we also have programs where we are taught basic sign language so that we are able to support diversity and inclusion. So thank you, Hilda. Thank you, our able technical MC, Ian Miruri, as always, for keeping the vibe flowing throughout the session. And the Safaricom working team, and I would like them to just stand and wave when I mention your cluster. We have the enterprise business cluster. The account managers, if you're there, please just stand and wave. All the account managers. Thank you. They're all seated at the back. Just keep standing and waving. They're all seated at the back. So if you don't know what an account manager is, Safaricom allocates someone in your account to be able to pick all the needs you have, and they are able to bring them to the back end for us to action. Technical pre-sales, Kibabu and team. The technical pre-sales team. And then we have the managed security services team. Everyone in that table, you can all stand up and wave. So those are your engineers. They are young, but they are very fiery in terms of their expertise. And so as we close this summit, we are hopeful that we'll host you again next year. And of course, our online audience, I know you may want to have been in premise, but we're not able to do that. So we are looking at ways of how to enhance our partnership, that we're able to cover for both professionals, we're able to cover for students, which they had their hackathon a few weeks back, and of course also just the locals, the Mamamboga, who just wants to know what is all this thing around cybersecurity, and giving them the chance to interact with the product. So thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless Kenya, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidis. Thank you, Fidis Nyamahonga, the Senior Manager, Managed Services, Managed Security Services at Safaricom PLC. Does a fantastic job there, carries this particular summit to heart, and we appreciate your leadership. Delegates, let's appreciate Fidis one more time with a round of applause. Thank you, Fidis, for that. At this particular point in time, we want to get the feedback from all our delegates. There's a QR code that we want to share on screen, and we'd be kind enough to be able to chime in. So you can scan the QR code, then we can be able to get your feedback. This is the captains of industry feedback, right? So getting your feedback is very, very, very key. Okay, let's get in there. Your feedback is also going to give guidance to Fidis and her team on how also to proactively make sure that we can be able to attend to all the needs that are there, or most of the needs that are there within the topics of cybersecurity. You can see most of the phones are up, right? You can be able to chime in there. Let's have our feedbacks even to our online audience. Yeah, if they have visibility to the QR code, it would be also prudent for them to also give us their feedback on the same. All right. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we come to the very last part of the program, we want to take a group photo. But before we do that, please give a high five to the person seated next to you and tell them it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Okay, so we're going to take a group photo, and I know I'll ask the team to come and assist me on how we can be able just to clear this. We're going to do it in clusters. We're going to do it in clusters to come to the front. So we want to make sure that we'll have a group photo where everyone is here. We'll start with the EXCO team. EXCO team to come on stage. EXCO to come on stage.